Commemorate this first anniversary, let us strive to emulate the principles he stood for. For us who had the benefit of working with him, me as a chief whip, as a member of parliament, and then a right honorable speaker as his deputy, he always encouraged us to read, and all of your honorable colleagues for whom he was a speaker, he always encouraged us to read and prepare for the house, and he urged respect among ourselves, and he had a belief which he espoused in whatever he was doing, that there is no disagreement too big not to be resolved as long as we listen to each other. He always emphasized that listening, the moment you give listening a chance, you'll always find solutions and you'll always find a middle ground. And I usually share it with you colleagues that us who are trained in negotiation, there's what we call ZOPA. ZOPA means zone of possible agreement. You have two divergent views. All of you, this side is red, this side is red, meaning you're in areas of boiling blood, but you're coming, all of you, towards green, which is a very important center point of agreement. So the moment you listen, you end up working towards coming to the green, coming from your red side toward the green side, which is where you can only get a compromise. It's something he always urged us to do. It's something he always wanted each one of us to do. And he wanted the truth, because the late Jacob was someone who never believed that you can reach a compromise by hiding the truth. No, you say the truth, confront it, and then come to a middle point. So that was very, very important aspect of his, and I'm glad many of you colleagues have been able to bring out issues in a truthful manner, not trying to hide them. And if we carry on this even to our constituencies, because we have situations in some cases, the speaker and I, we receive many reports, we find we don't agree, let it be from committees, let it be, but if you could see the style we've been using, is a style of reconciling positions, especially after having diverging committee reports, minority reports. We call you, we meet in between, and we try to form to a common position, which would be able to share with the country. And we mainly got that aspect from the late Oulanyah. It's something he told us that we must do. To the children who are here with us and the family members, we know it has been a challenging period, but we thank God who has kept you strong. We thank God who has protected you. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank you, honorable colleagues, for the role you've played in ensuring that at least the children of the late and the people he was looking after continue living a decent life, not a life of need, not a life of begging. You did this through many aspects. One, whereby you contributed over 500 million to the Jacob Oulanyah Foundation as honorable colleagues, money which we have been assured by the Chief Justice and the Honorable Mao and the family that it is doing a good job. Number two, by amending the law where we allowed that his family can benefit from the pension they were supposed to be getting, and we are going to ensure that we follow that to the letter. But above all, most of you who have visited the family, who have continued speaking to the family, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Speaker, who has remained more or less a mother to the family. And this was confession from the children when we were in church. We cannot take that for granted. Personally, I want to confess I haven't visited. Whenever I meet Andrew, I meet Didi, and the rest, I think I've done a good job, but I think we need to do more by keeping checking on the family and supporting them. Colleagues, we have also received sad news of the passing of His Royal Highness Philip Wanyama Hasibante Nahama, the Omwenengo Omwenengo Wabugwe Cultural Institution, who passed on 2nd March 2023 in India. Burial will take place on 25th March 2023 in Busumba Village, Daban Sub-County, Busia District. I request you that we stand and we observe a minute of silence in his honor.
May the soul of the deceased rest in eternal peace.
Next item. No. Is it related to the passing on of the culture? Okay, I'll just allow that. Otherwise, colleagues, it's very clear when it's a special sitting, we never allow such procedure. We don't allow. But this has been also very important for the people of Busia and the community. So the Mayor Honorable Macho might give us useful information.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the people of Samia Wugwe, Busia District, and all the people living in Busia, we would like to send special thanks, first of all, for your office, for having allowed to give the Omwenengo of Samia Wugwe recognition to be honored by this August House. This is a true demonstration that this parliament recognizes cultural institutions in this country, and this fits well into one of the government priorities of making sure that it uses cultural leaders to mobilize masses towards poverty eradication. Mr. Speaker, sir, Omwenengo of Samia Wugwe, His Highness Wanyama passed away when the kingdom still has some needs and some requests from government. It is my prayer that the ministry gives all the privileges that it promised to the kingdom of Omwenengo, so that the new king, His Highness Hamala, would also carry on duties of his late predecessor well, for the purpose of mobilizing people for poverty eradication, promotion of education, and also to make sure that we, people of Busia, we observe and make use of government programs. But all in all, I want really to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, in your capacity as the Speaker now, and to thank the Speaker for all the efforts that has been done to recognize our cultural leader. May he so rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Government Chief, will please take note and pass on the information to the Minister for Gender, so that these issues raised by the Honorable Macho can be considered. They don't come back on the floor. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of law students from Cavendish University. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. If I can request them to stand up. Thank you. You're always welcome. This is your parliament. Thank you. Colleagues, I think the family of the late Jacob Oulanyah, I can see Didi, and I think some are also here. May request them to stand up. Yes, and we welcome them. Okay. Andrew, please stand up. Thank you. Very good. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to commemorate the first anniversary of the passing on of the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokoli Oulanyah, former Speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you, colleagues. I received a communication from the Prime Minister that she is still held up, and she assigned the government chief whip to lead in this very noble task. So I request the government chief whip to take the floor. But before doing that, to all Muslim brothers and sisters, Ramadan Kareem.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This motion for clarity is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas the 20th day of March 2023 marks the first anniversary of the untimely demise of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, former Speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, recalling that the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah made his mark in the service of his country with devotion, and that his dedicated leadership greatly contributed to Parliament's strengthening of an adherence to the rule of law and parliamentary practices through persistent call for quality debate, political tolerance, and promotion of cohesion amongst the different shades of opinion. Acknowledging that the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, Oulanyah's contribution to the peace process in northern Uganda through offering political leadership and monitoring of the post-conflict recovery process, and during the aftermath of the Lord's Resistance Army insurgency, according vulnerable citizens access to the justice system. Aware that the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah's legacy of transforming his community from a subsistence to a money economy through initiatives such as the multi-billion shillings Dano Padano Foundation and several similar impactful startup capital to micro businesses projects in Omoro district, still lives on even after his demise. Appreciating that the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah was a firm proponent of the right to education for all children, and indeed sponsored over 200 children to access education at primary, secondary, tertiary, and university levels as a means by which responsible citizens of this country would be groomed. Recognizing the need to honor the legacy of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah as an inspiration for the present and future generation to emulate his distinguished national service as a leader, legislator, legal practitioner, champion for fairness and education for all, a father and a role model to many Ugandans. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament that 1, Parliament commemorates the first anniversary of the demise of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah and takes cognizance of the excellent and patriotic service he rendered to the people of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, and the Acholi community. 2, Parliament declares and institutes the 20th day of March as an annual National Parliamentary Commemoration Day for the legacy of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah in honor of the numerous contributions he rendered in service of the Parliament and the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Honorable Seungu, Honorable Semuji, Honorable Kisa, Honorable Jonathan Odur, Honorable Kashabi, Honorable Kahonda, Honorable Peace Mutuzu, Honorable Jennifer Namyangu, Honorable Mara, Honorable Mururi Mukasa, Honorable Andrew Joko Oulanyah, and the whole house. Honorable Johnny Musira. Honorable Chief Whip, can you speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we are here to commemorate the first anniversary of the passing on of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, which we all know occurred on 20th March 2022, being Uganda's short-serving speaker. Honorable Speaker, talking about the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah is a precious and a singular honor. We all know him as an extraordinary man, a statesman, and a patriot. The late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah made his mark globally, continentally, regionally, nationally, and locally by committing himself to greater and challenging tasks. The late speaker answered the highest of calls, serving Uganda as a distinguished legislator. He appealed for adherence to parliamentary rules and quality debate. In his own words, he stated, "Honorable colleagues, we should learn to sharpen our arguments rather than our voices, with tolerance and mutual respect. We should agree that no view will be suppressed. All views will be received with tolerance and given fair treatment based on known facts and reason." He would move to say, "Honorable members, we can do things better." Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah was instrumental, as already stated, in the pacification of northern Uganda through the peace process and post-conflict recovery by offering strategic and patriotic leadership. His participation in the peace process can't be forgotten, including looking for the leadership and the LRA as a movement in the jungles of Garamba. This has positioned northern Uganda on the trajectory for socioeconomic transformation through the able leadership of His Excellency President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and embracing government affirmative action programs like the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, the Peace Recovery and Development Plan, and currently the Paris Development Model. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the former Speaker initiated various projects in Northern Uganda, Batomoro County in particular. His community will remember him for the interventions that were in line with the NRM manifesto on wealth creation and increasing household income. The late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah started the Dano Padano Foundation that has empowered communities within and without Omoro by supporting their income-generating activities and mindset change. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah is still challenging the 11th Parliament. Upon being sworn in as the Speaker, he had this to say: "Honorable colleagues, honorable members, the next 5 years of Parliament should not be like the last 5 years. There are things that we must change. We have to restore public confidence in this institution." Before I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Permit me in a very special way to salute you, the top three leadership of Parliament, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Honorable Clerk to Parliament, for emulating two traits of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanyah, the principle of timekeeping. To the late, 2 p.m. was 2 p.m. To the current leadership of Parliament, 2 p.m. is 2 p.m. I need to salute you for that. I also want to salute you for upholding one of the philosophies that the late believed in, and that is the philosophy of Ubuntu. I am because we are. All the three of you practice the Ubuntu philosophy. To Parliament, honorable colleagues, salutations for all the support that you rendered and you continue to render to the family of the late Speaker. We salute you for the contribution you made towards the foundation. On a personal note, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, permit me to salute the late for one, lecturing me while I was a student at the Law Development Center, and for two, supervising me while doing clerkship at Lira Chief Magistrate Court. Forever, I will be grateful to him. On behalf of government and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the leader of government business in Parliament, I beg to submit and to respectfully move. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. We also really share those traits with you. They can't be just for the three of us, because at least we wouldn't chair or we wouldn't preside over an empty house. So, Honorable Chief Whip, Lope, and all of you honorable colleagues, thank you for always coming and keeping time. Because, you know, before coming here, I always look through the TV screen, know whether I'm going to an empty house or if there are members. If there was an empty house, I wouldn't come just here with the clerk. And also for the unity, you've stood by each other. You've stood by each other. You know, the challenges, of course, we have are unique because of the numbers of this house. You see, in a parliament where people were 100 or 200, they could know each other all the time. But most of you have endeavored to know each other. When you meet, and sometimes you say, how do you know, all this, honorable colleagues? So I want to appreciate you for that. Colleagues in the VIP gallery that I had already introduced, but I didn't read their names. We have the family of the late, and they include Harold Adio Oulanyah, whom we usually call Didi. Yes, and that's a son to the late. We also have Okori Dennis, who is a RDC Napak and nephew to the late. We have Adong Harriet, the sister, and Mr. Kinyera George, the nephew. Thank you for coming as we pay tribute. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for coming. I know where you were, but your chief whip has done a stellar job. Okay. Leader of opposition, secondment.
Thank you, no Speaker. No Speaker, this is statement seconding a motion for the resolution of Parliament to commemorate the life of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, former Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, by the leader of opposition, Matthias Mpuga. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I join the Right Honorable Prime Minister and honorable colleagues in commemorating the first anniversary of the passing of late Right Honorable Jacob Lakori Oulanyah, the former Speaker of Parliament. We remember the passing of honorable gentleman, caring family head, and national leader. On a personal note, I join so many who saw a true friend in Jacob. As Parliament, we lost an iconic speaker with abilities to steer debate in the House with sobriety, maturity, and mastery of the rules of procedure. Honorable Speaker, remembering the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah's thoughts and ideals continue to give strength to many of us in leadership. We draw inspiration from his vision and values and resolve to imbibe his ideals our lives. We remember him for his orderliness, timeliness, impeccable humility, and his unique unifying nature, which placed him in a special part of people's hearts. Further to note, Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, on his last day as Deputy Speaker in the 10th Parliament, set a good example when, with his humility, handed over all instruments of power to the accounting officer of Parliament and left the building as a backbench member of Parliament. As we celebrate his and applaud his great character and lessons learned, let's not be selective and pick what seems convenient to us. We ought to emulate every good thing we saw in this great legislator. Right Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate the death of an advocate for justice and equity, I would wish to remind you that upon his death, this distinguished leader, in the spirit of fairness, left behind a matter he passionately intended to provide leadership over. Rule 25(2)(1) that regards the processing of a statement by shadow cabinet ministers. He wished to amend this rule so that the statement laid by a shadow minister becomes rather impactful, not just a ritual, and he referred the matter to the Committee of Rules, Privileges, and Discipline. To date, more than a year later, the matter is still outstanding. I take this opportunity to urge the committee and leadership of Parliament to complete what the late Speaker started. Right Honorable Speaker, at the special sitting where Parliament passed a resolution paying tribute to the late Jacob Oulanyah, I beseech the government to improve our healthcare system and serve the common person. To date, the system is still a trap to both the practitioners and the patients, and no serious step has been taken towards progressive realization. I further indicated that we would initiate a presidential succession law. However, upon thorough, we realized that we need constitutional reforms that will comprehensively address the governance challenges our country is entangled in. On our part, we have moved significant steps in regarding this task. We shall lay our views to the public at the earliest. As I conclude, I would like to challenge my colleague, the leader of government business, to be faithful to the promises government made to the people of Omoro when the late died. May his soul continue resting in eternal peace. I beg to move, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Seungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, you know, after reading a statement of your boss, you cannot add on, but I will allow you if you have your own views in your substantive capacity as a member of Parliament, okay? Yes, much later. Colleagues, before I open up debate, I'm going to allow the Minister for Gender just to make an announcement to this House. The rest of the issues we shall handle later.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Colleagues, I would wish to announce the death of His Royal Highness Philip Wanyama Hasavante Hanama Umwenengo Wabugwe Busia. I also wish to state that the government is going to accord him an official burial.
I have allowed the Minister, okay?
Thank you for your protection, Right
Please,
Honorable Speaker. I also wish to state that the government has accorded him an official burial, and burial will be held on Saturday. And also to inform the House that within the course of next week, we shall bring an official motion to pay tributes to the deceased king. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I announced the death, but not the official burial component because I didn't have that information. Okay, and that could only come from the executive. So it was very important for it to go on record that we have the official burial, and we shall work with the office. The Prime Minister, you'll work with our office. Honorable Prime Minister, please, I need your attention. Honorable Prime Minister, you'll work with our office. Can I have discipline in the house? So, Honorable Prime Minister, right, Honorable Prime Minister, you will link up with our office so that we can have the date when we can pay tribute to the foreign king. Thank you. Now, colleagues, before I open up, I think it can only be fair if I allowed the Honorable Andrew Joke Oulanyah to come, and if there is anything he wants to say, the counter and its colleagues, or if you wanted to speak last, you know, whatever. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So let me open up the debate, and I'll start with Honorable Semuju. I add on Honorable Nabukenya, Nabukera, sorry, Nabukera. I go to Honorable Milton Muuma. I go to Honorable Omara. I go to Honorable John Musira. I come to Honorable Jennifer Namuyang. Then, as we continue, Honorable Kari. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, try to be fair to others in terms of time. If you fail, then it's when I will come in to control.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The late Jacob Oulanyah was a very good debater. And he also did a lot of research. Yesterday, there was a colleague here who complained that some people speak, others don't. Parliament had a special sitting here to discuss the sale of Uganda Commercial Bank. For 4 hours, only 4 people spoke. That there was a journalist here. The Honorable late Jacob Oulanyah spoke for 2 hours. He was joined by Honorable Mao, the late Elia Kategaya, and Odongoto, and the day was done. In fact, my complaint these days is that Parliament sometimes turns into a talk show. Everybody wants to speak, even one who has nothing to say. Mr. Speaker, therefore, in remembering late Jacob Oulanyah, the Speaker said those things are not working today.
Order, point of order, Honorable Lilian.
Now.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Members, whatever we speak in this house goes on the record of this Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to know if Honorable Semuji is in order to really pronounce everybody in this house to speak what he thinks is not relevant. It is very courteous to have the right, we respect him as a senior legislator, but I think the policy of this house is we respect each other and respect everyone's opinion. Is he therefore in order to make to mention on the floor? And I also request that is expounded from the answered. Thank you.
Honorable Semuju, I think Rule 84 of our rules of procedure, it's very clear on the language we use. We use the language that is courteous to each other. And you see, people are not here on their own volition. They were voted. Okay? Whether someone is performing well or not, the people to assess them are their voters. So that's why we give people freedom here to speak and not judging each other. We don't judge. Here we don't judge each other. We debate. Okay? We have a contestation of ideas. So, Honorable Semuju, I think that was unkind to your honorable colleagues. So
I am sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I was
Thank
only
you.
comparing the past parliament and the present. And I've given you an example, bit as it is, that for 4 hours, we had only 4 speakers. These days you can have 50. I am not the presiding officer, but I am just telling you that these things used to happen. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 things that I want to say as we remember the late Jacob Oulanyah. The first I have said, debate and research. And during that debate on UCB, these days things don't happen. If someone, I don't know how I'll put it without offending people, but if someone had the information that was superior, the MPs used to yield their time and allow fewer people to speak. I remember when I had 2 days here of debating the oil sector, the Honorable Katuntu and others who led the debate almost spoke for a whole day. Us spoke the following day. So MPs should not get offended when you have a colleague who has done research and you want to benefit from him. Mr. Speaker, 2 things before I sit. The first is the death of Oulanyah. We were told here by the Minister of Health that part of the reason he could not receive the kind of treatment that he was supposed to receive was because of the harassment he had been subjected to by the NRM government when he was a Makerere Guild speaker that affected his life. I want to caution this government, stop harassing leaders and Ugandans. Later on, the body parts or part, Dr. Chris Williams can help. I don't remember the specific word the Minister of Health used. I may want it strongly to defend my life when you have taken it the way you took the one of Oulanyah. That was in the Minister of Health's speech here. Related to that, the father of Honorable Oulanyah, at the funeral, at the burial, said that his son had been killed. There were attempts to make some arrests. Can we be briefed today whether that matter has also been resolved? Finally, the Honorable Jacob Oulanyah came here in this parliament, the 7th as UPC. He died as NRM. The one point I want to make especially to the NRM leaders, because if I look, many of you are new. People used to sit there where the Prime Minister is sitting. The Kategayas, the Mushegas. You can love NRM, but I don't think your love will equal those who went to shed blood for it in the well. You need to do the right thing when you are a leader here. Because today you are, tomorrow you are not. But also that the party that, because I see people think that NRM is some sort of a faith. The things you are supposed to do here as parliament, including political reforms, constitutional amendment. Why is the Prime Minister agitated? Why don't you return Mavati? Don't be agitated.
No, colleagues, we are paying tribute to our colleague, okay? Please, Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues. Can we listen to each other? Colleagues, we are debating and paying tribute to our colleague. And you see, I've decided to leave Honorable Semuju to speak, okay? So that, you know, when you're paying tribute to a colleague, maybe there are things which are deep inside and you want a colleague to bring them out. But Honorable, now it seems you've started going beyond. Kind of conclude. Please conclude.
I therefore, Mr. Speaker, want to thank this parliament for putting a day to remember the Honorable late Jacob Oulanyah. He died so early in his career as a speaker. And having suffered the 5 years he spoke about there, I was one of those who are looking forward to a parliament led by him. We will.
But Honorable, if a colleague is looking forward to something, what's wrong with that? Yeah, I'm going to allow you to come and you explain, okay? You're going to have a chance to, because it's a debate. This is a debate. It's not a statement. It's a debate. So you'll have a chance.
I want to thank Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because there are many points of order for different interests. I don't want to spoil the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for putting aside this day to remember late Jacob Oulanyah, who always wanted the truth to be said, even if it is very painful. You can actually look tough because truth has been said, but he always wanted it said. And he was
I thought you had concluded.
Yes, I'm concluding. He elected reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, when he was a deputy speaker, he brought here policemen to drag me out of parliament. But later he reached out to me and we had a conversation. He said, now we can move forward. There are leaders here. Okay, let me not say in this parliament. Let me stop at saying there are leaders here who are, their level of vengeance is too much. You can even see it when they are walking. But I want to thank Oulanyah. Even when you had trouble with him, he took it. I have said leaders. He took it upon himself to reach out to you, so you resolve that matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, I think we shall end up making a resolution that the Prime Minister should reach out to Honorable Semuju. then issues get solved. Our colleagues, as you know, the late believed in working out, in being healthy, in doing exercise. Members, we have personal health management program for Parliament on Monday, 27th March 2023. We shall have a fitness session in the South Wing parking starting at 5 p.m. It will be led by our fitness team, which includes some of our colleagues. Now, before I allow Honorable Nabukera, I had not seen him, but I had wanted to start with the chairman, Acholi Parliamentary Group, Honorable Anthony Akol.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank you in a special way for this great day. But also allow me to thank you for a book that you published as Parliament at the time when Jacob died, and it was containing 256 quotes from the great lawyer and politician. I would like to request members to get this book. If you want to have answer of life, whether it is politics, whether it is about humanity, about human rights, you really get it in that book. And that shows to me, I always quote a book by Robin Sharma, Who Will Cry When You Die? And the book says, when you are born, you always cry when others are laughing. On the day when you are dead, you are buried, you should live your life in such a way that people will cry when you smile. And I think Jacob is smiling at us because we have known how good he has been in this world. Let me take a few quotes from that book that was published by this Parliament. And one of the quotes is, our love for one another is a command from God. And that love must not keep a record of wrongs. If anything, it will answer most of the things we've been talking here. It will answer the issue that my colleague Honorable Semuju Nganda was raising, that you have to reconcile after any conflict. You don't need to keep records of the wrongs that somebody has done to your life. And that is something that matters in our life a lot. Another quote in the same book, if someone is thirsty, they will need water, and it will not be blue or yellow or red water. It tells you, irrespective of the parties we belong, our blood is red. Even if we are all UPC. We are not NRM, we are not NUP, we are not FDC, we are all UPC everywhere. Our blood is red. And that is the point that he raised in that very important quote. Then another one, the last quote I will give. The rivers, lakes, and the mountains that separate us are not deeper than the blood that connects us, human beings. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, if we are today commemorating the life of this great man who served humanity, who really gave diligent service to this country, I would like to thank the leadership of this parliament to really, really have taken this opportunity to give members to remember this great man. Above all, I have been reading the answer of that day. Almost took me 2 days to read it. And I read all that members were talking on that great day on the 5th of April last year. It shows to you that the life of this great man touched the life of all of us. And that calls for all of us to try to emulate on our own living. How are we touching life of the others? And if you put that into practice, then one of the things that I read from the quote, you will be a good neighbor to each other. Right, Honorable Speaker,
Conclude, Honorable.
very important is that on that day, we had many resolutions. And I would like to request kindly that as Parliament, we extract from that debate and make sure we try to see the performance of this Parliament in terms of putting it into practice. I thank you very much for this opportunity. As leaders from Acholi sub-region, we are very happy for what the Parliament has done, and we are happy on all the members of Parliament to have accorded this day. But above all, for the support you've given to the family. I also know that there are other promises that are not yet done, but I think I use this opportunity to request that they should be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Resolutions of this House are always extracted and communicated to the relevant authorities, and we did that. What is needed is a follow-up, and I'm sure there is a very strong goodwill from the government to ensure that indeed those resolutions are implemented. Colleagues in the gallery, on a selfish note, we have readers from Mitoma. We do have LC 5 councillors. We do have LC 3 chairpersons from the whole of Mitoma district. We have LC 3 speakers. We have the cow. We have the RDC. They are led by the RDC, Mr. Chibuka Moti, and the chairman LC 5, Mr. Kadgisha Benon. And I also have the speaker, Mr. Tumwekwa Moses. Oh, yes. And the deputy speaker, who is my, Greenford Muchunguzi. And the chief administrative officer, Tudia Sasra Edis, who is a cow, Mitoma. They are undergoing training. We are trying to see how best they can be equipped in managing the local government. And they are represented by the Honorable Juliet Agazawashisha, the Honorable Kahonda Donozio, the Honorable Major General Kahinda Utafire, and the Honorable Thomas Tayewa. Please join me in welcoming my people. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Now I'm going to set 3 minutes. Yes, because I tried to check to see whether we can be, lenient to each other. But if we continue like this, very few people will speak, and yet many of us want to speak. So 3 minutes, and we move with the MPs I had picked. Nabukera was next. I think after Nabukera was Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my honorable colleagues in commemorating late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. I personally, I was a student of the late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah at LDC, the Law Development Center. And I'm lucky to have gotten the chance today. The other time, while that time, I didn't get a chance to talk about this. He was a man who was brilliant, a legal brain, a noble man, and educative. But at the same time, he could tell you what you were and speak out his mind. Just a little scenario when we were still in LDC, he asked me a question, and I nodded my head. Then he said, "Are you a monitor lizard?" Because I was in fear, he had a lot of energy, and we had just come in lecturing. So I freaked out. I didn't even answer. So after the lecture room, he said, "Come out. I wanted you to be confident. Even when you have a wrong answer, just be confident and say it as is." So I really thank him. Ever since then, I tried to be confident in his class up to today. So, but when we came in here, I still met him and reminded him, because by that time he was actually, he wanted a vote for a speaker. Then I told him, it is my turn. Then he said, I asked him, "Do you remember when you told me I'm a monitor lizard?" He said, "You still remember up to this time?" I said, "Yes." He got 500,000 and said, "Forgive me. Now I need your vote." So really, he was that kind of person. And for this reason, I had to stand up and share this story with you, such that you get to know the person we are talking about. For that reason, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that he didn't buy a vote.
No, he didn't buy a vote.
Okay.
No. He was apologizing.
Okay.
So we start afresh.
Please.
But I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this day that you have accorded him. And then we hope that it runs, like you have said, every 23rd of March, such that we keep remembering our gallant and noble, brilliant man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Nabukera, I saw when you said it was your chance to pay back, I saw Honorable Semuju turning. I think he doesn't know where you put your vote. If he didn't, he has known today. Moreover, he had said he was a very good man. So you voted a good man. Okay, Honorable Jonathan Odun, and then Honorable Milton Muuma. And
thank you very much, Right Honorable
there are colleagues
Speaker.
I had already picked. Please, colleagues, you have just come. Now you're telling me this side. So why you were here, now you switch to this side. So I'll pick you when you go back this side. Honorable Do.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. I am debating in favor and in support of this motion in two dimensions. The first, I want to remember the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Oulanyah as the Ugandan or the Ugandan Hope. When he ascended to the office of the Speaker, there were a lot of expectations from Ugandans, given that the age at which he came to office appeared to be the right age to provide unity, to provide leadership to the country at the time we are looking at transition. When his death was announced, so many Ugandans, those who do not even pay attention to politics, were hurt. And up to today, they still feel that he deserved to live more. He was somebody with a very humble social life. Many of us who are here in Parliament and outside, when you interacted with him, especially when it's time for entertainment, I don't think many of us could actually beat him when it comes to dancing. He was that humble and down to earth. He was quite intelligent, well-read, and I think he was so angry to learn more and more that he read so widely. He read so widely to build capacity around himself to be able to provide leadership in this house. The late was also very assertive. Whenever a debate came up here and you stood up to speak, he would test you whether you're actually ready to speak. He would test you and shake you, and if you are not ready, you would sit down. But all he was doing, do you really need to speak about this matter or not? So if you are not well prepared, you would actually go back. He would only take people who are quite serious. I must also salute his courage. That the late was one of the most courageous Ugandans. We remember what he said in Kololo when we were commemorating the Anti-Corruption Day. Not many Ugandans can actually challenge anyone who is not corrupt to stand up when he knows the president is there. He did. And the whole Kololo felt silent. That courage was above himself. Lastly, he had mastered how government is run. For many of us who are here, every time you approach him in his office, he would pick his phone and call the minister. And he would allow you speak to the minister. If you are satisfied, you will not even now come to the floor here. If you are not, he would allow you to come here. He had experience in how government is run, and I think we have a big lift to pick from there. The second dimension is what Madam Speaker had promised us, and I want to remind us that today.
Can you conclude?
No, the second dimension is the Uganda we want debate. And I think that this day, the Right Honorable Speaker had guided, we should be able to speak about that. And Mr. Speaker, allow me just to outline that the late wanted a responsive government that would respond to the service needs of the citizens. He wanted a people-centered parliament that would debate the issues that touch on the people. He wanted a country where the rule of law is observed. He wanted equitable resource allocation during budgetary periods. He would take personal care to ensure that the entire country is budgeted for. And this is where I would like to invite our presiding officers that as we undertake the budget, let's look at Uganda, let's look at the country, let's look at all the constituencies so that they are provided for in this budget. I want to thank you. He said to us, we should be our brother's keeper. Let us all be our brother's keeper. I thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honorable Jonathan, Honorable Milton.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to those that missed today's morning service in memory of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, I wanted to just inform them that he was quoted to Moses in the Bible, who had an assignment to deliver the 11th Parliament to the Promised Land. According to the sermon by Honorable Bedi Bwanika, who took us today as this preacher, he did refer to the leadership of this parliament as Joshua's. Right Honorable Anita and Right Honorable Tayebwa, thank you for being dependable friends and accepting to take on this mantle to the latter. This was as per Honorable Bedi Bwanika's sermon this morning, and we feel you are delivering us to the Promised Land. Stand firm, will be by your side, will support you. In memory of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, Right Honorable Speaker, he was the patron and the founder member of the Parliamentary Forum on Population, Food Security and Development in the 7th Parliament. It is through this forum that we managed to engage government with a program of supporting members of parliament with the seeds to the voters. I want to appeal to Right Honorable Prime Minister and government that in memory of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, let's revive this project, this program to support members of parliament with maize seeds and other farm implements, because voters are lacking what to plant. The rains are on, but there is nothing to plant. Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was the patron of the Parliamentary Forum on Children. And when he was inaugurating this forum in the 11th Parliament in Munyonyo, he challenged members of parliament to come up with a legislative agenda. Right Honorable Speaker, we have to thank you for accepting to launch. We were happy when you personally attended and launched the legislative agenda, which highlights gaps affecting children, legislations that need amendment to address issues to do with the children. This country will always be happy and always remember Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. As I conclude, Right Honorable, we have to thank you so much again for standing with the family and also offering a special session in memory of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Those of us who are too close to him, we are really proud and also belong. We say belonging by you recognizing our fallen hero. I thank you so much. May you so rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we share this together because on the 5th of April, you passed a resolution that on his birthday, which is today, okay, we save it as a day when we'll be commemorating his legacy. So I want to thank you for being here in big numbers to ensure that indeed we achieve that. Our colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have members of the local leadership of Omoro district. They include the NRM party leadership of Omoro district. Please stand up for recognition. They include local government councillors and yes, other district leaders, technical staff from Omoro district. They've come to observe proceedings as we pay tribute to their great son, the late Jacob Oulanyah. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable Mara and then Honorable Musira John.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I rise to support the motion to commemorate the first anniversary of the first year of the passing of the late Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanyah. Right Honorable Speaker, I got to know the late at Makerere University. He was ahead of us. And later on, we elected him as the Speaker of the Guild. And you could notice quickly that he was a political giant and who later on made progress to become a statesman. Right Honorable Speaker, in a political contestation, there is normally the winning side and the loser. I remember when he decided to run for Speaker of the House, he called me. I was elected as an independent member of Parliament. And indeed, he ordered me to join the NRM team at Chankwanzi. So I've never been to the Yellow House. And I thank God that I went because during that moment, I got to know many of my colleagues in the 11th Parliament. But as we all recall, that election was quite tumultuous. And later on, when he became the Speaker, something which I learned from him, that he worked for the unity of this House. Even our colleagues who were on the other side, he accommodated them. He treated them as one team. So it's something that we should all learn from the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Oulanyah. As Honorable Jonathan Odura said, before he passed on, he was very passionate about us to have a debate on the Uganda we want. And I think, as we have agreed, we should have this debate so that we can progress our democracy and social development and transformation, so that we all have points of convergence in terms of where we would want our country to go. Right Honorable Speaker, when the late Speaker was elected as the Vice Chairperson for NRM for the North, he brought unity in that region. As you're aware, we've had long-term insurgencies in Lango and Acholi sub-region. We've had wars in West Nile and a divided team. We all agreed that he was our leader. So he was able to unite our people. And I think those initiatives have remained with us up to today. One of the things that he taught us as well is culture. He was very rich.
Thank you, Honorable.
I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, on the issue of the debate for the Uganda we want, we expounded on this with the rate. You see, it's not a matter of just coming, having a day of debating the Uganda we want. Everything we do in this House on a daily basis should be for the Uganda we want. From the laws we pass, the resolutions we make, the budgeting process, how we, I don't think we do anything here for the Uganda we don't want. Everything we are doing here, you know, it doesn't have to be just one single day. You come here, we debate, we talk, and this is the Uganda we want. Let's, in whatever we are doing on this floor of parliament, let's on our mind know that we are doing it for the Uganda we want. If you are doing it for the Uganda you don't want, please. But we shall discuss the leadership of the House. We shall consult with the government side, with the opposition side. We see how best we can resolve this. Okay. So I had allowed Honorable John Musira. There are colleagues I had picked at first who were in first. So it was John Musira, then Honorable Namuyango, and then I got Honorable Lilian Abe, and then Honorable Judith Sachan, and Honorable Peace Mutuzo before Honorable Yomus. Yes.
Respect, Mr. Speaker.
I will ensure today I give each one of you a chance. Okay? We shall sit here and we ensure each one of you gets.
Mr. Speaker, respect. I will struggle not to call you Madam, because we are almost now used to Madam Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope I may not go that extent. Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring memories. They may not be fond memories. The late was my OB. I'm happy to learn that I have another OB, possibly was behind us in Makerere. The Bagisu say that a chick which will grow into a big cock is spotted while still young. And we saw that in the late. Today I sit in the same parliament with our son, who we saw growing, Andrew Ojok, Oulanyah. Know that there are people in this house who were with your father and the people of Omoro. We knew him, and we knew he would come up, and his star was so good. Late Oulanyah, I can vividly remember on that Black Monday, whoever was in Makerere at the time. And I would wish that Honorable Minister of Justice ought to be here, because he caused us a problem. I had been his campaign manager at the time for his guild presidency, and we suffered the brunt. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Who's the campaign manager exactly?
Mao. Honorable Mao, I'm sorry to say. Mr. Speaker, when we went on a sit-down strike, that Black Monday, when we came to Freedom Square to call off the strike, I, late Oulanyah, late Ouma, and another boy. The two were shot, Okema. The two were shot. Late Oulanyah got a bullet wound. I survived, and the rest is here talking today. Because I was a coward, very right, like you have said, and the cowards live long. Just 1 minute, sir. Mr. Speaker, late Oulanyah thought I was a biological brother to his late wife, Dorothy, because we resembled a lot. True, we are all Bagisu. And today I'm here for Bagisu to show that we stand together with the family and the people of Omoro. And very lastly, like one John Elton, you eulogized Princess Diana, Andrew and the people of Omoro. John Elton said he's gone, but he is gone and gone with the wind. Let him rest in peace. He has been promoted to glory, as the Rastas say. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Namyangu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I rise to support the motion. Indeed, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was a statesman. He was a mentor to a number of us. I remember last term when I served as a Minister of State for local government, we had many issues, including election of LOC 1s and 2, creation of administrative units. But also on this floor, you would hardly have a debate without local government issues coming up. So I would normally pick a phone and call me. He says, my sister, yeah, where this is coming on the floor today. Just prepare. And I looked at him as a kind person, as somebody who really cared. But most importantly, was a very humble man. I walked to his office to invite him to my constituency, but I was not sure that he would accept. So I went with my letter, but I did not put the date. So when I go to his office, he told me, have you put it in writing? I said, yes. Just called his secretary to bring a calendar, and he put a date there and then. And indeed he came to Chibuku and he kept time. Keeping time was not only in Parliament here, but also whenever he visited. I dared him and said 10, and by 10 he was in Tirinyi. My people had not yet come, but he patiently sat and waited for them. And he gave us, he had a big heart, gave my people dollars. Many of them were seeing the dollars for the first time, and they talked about it for almost a year. He had a big heart. He was an orator. He spoke very well about me, and I know I'm here because he was part of the project. But more importantly, he didn't believe in rumors. During election of speakers, somebody accused me before the president that I was not supporting Right Honorable Oulanyah. Right Honorable picked a phone. He called me, he said, but you know, my sister, I knew in your house, I was counting on 2 votes.
No. Honorable, conclude here.
Your vote and your husband's vote. I said, yes, Dr. Byakatonda, the workers MP. So I told him, yes, I told you for me, I told the party line, and now that you are the party candidate, I'm going to support you. And he laughed it off, and indeed, I voted for him. We shall miss him, but Right Honorable, allow me to thank the people of Omolu for appreciating and supporting our brother, and appreciating him further by voting his dear son. We want to thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Liliana Bey, then Honorable Judith Tachan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin on this note that in case I've done something good to you members, I am inviting you to start appreciating me tomorrow. Why am I saying this? Many of us speak good things when people are dead. You never have time to tell anybody, to encourage them, to thank them for the good things they have done. Let's learn that. I said some of the people. Right Honorable Speaker, the man we are talking about today was an inspiration to many people. He believed in functionality of systems in this country, and he embraced and wanted to see every system function without favor, without any kind of influence. To the extent that even if you go to Right Honorable Speaker, the late Speaker Oulanyah's office, he will not make a decision to support you because he knows you, or because you come from Macholi, or you are tall or short. He would do the right thing based on what is supposed to be done. And that was, I think, a trait that I admired, and really I wanted to operate like him. Right Honorable Speaker, on corruption. Yesterday I was playing his audio. We need to ask ourselves questions. The late Right Honorable Speaker Oulanyah is gone, but are we corrupt or we are not corrupt? Is it the Uganda we want or Uganda we don't want? Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy that today we are standing here and we're in this house when we have passed the homosexuality bill, which was going to affect our culture. Right Honorable Speaker, the late believed in cultural norms. And of course, having come from the culture which had all varieties of different dances and the richest culture in this world, in this country, that is the Acholi culture, he embraced it and admired it. Right Honorable Speaker, my appeal is, Omoro district remains to be supported. Whether Oulanyah, relate Oulanyah is alive or is gone now, the son is here, and I thank this house for standing firm. You went on ground and supported him and gave him all the.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we shall see on Sunday. We are supposed to be in Omoro commemorating with the family and the people of Omoro. I hope we shall go in big numbers. Okay? Not on special, yeah, not on special motions we are paying tribute. Yes, Honorable Judith Sachad.
Thank you.
But if there
Honorable
is a matter for order, if you say anything, it is not ordered in the house, let me. I remember I had, before picking here, I had even picked Honorable Kahonda, but first pick, then Honorable Kahonda, then Honorable Peace Mutozu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I join my colleagues in commemorating our fallen brother, the Right Honorable Speaker, the late, he was a patron of Anglican chaplaincy here. The Right Honorable Speaker then, Jacob Oulanyah, emphasized so much on the religion and tribes that divides the nations or divide people. He emphasized on unity. And I remember when we went to his place, when we were just elected, before even forming our leadership of Acholi. Don't be in Aikun. Try to make new friendship, relationship with other people from other regions. And I witnessed this during his campaign when he was contesting for the Central Executive Committee in the NRM party. He had overwhelming support from Western Uganda, from West Nile, from Eastern, Central, all over the country. And it made our work by then as his agent very easy because we did not do much work to campaign. He related so well with the entire country. And I want to pick it from there, that wherever we are and in whatever things we do, we should remember that word from him, unity, unity, unity all the time. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Kahonda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember late Dr. Jacob Oulanyah when he met me at the reception of South Wing, and he held my hand at his office, and he asked me how far I had gone with my issues. That's when I had court issues. And he encouraged me to be courageous and never to fear anything and never to fight back. The Right Honorable Speaker advised that human beings may fail to resolve their issues, but God shall always be there to provide a permanent solution. I'm happy to note that with his guidance, and when we divided, when we had issues here of splitting the constituencies. He called me a day after and said, do you remember what I told you? God has provided a permanent solution. And I'm here to testify that with his guidance, we are happily serving, we are living together, and we are celebrating together. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember when you said that the Right Honorable Speaker personal problems with the public. I remember he as members of parliament in tennis parliament, when he was indisposed, we were looking for him. Where is he? And he was quiet there. And it was so unfortunate that at the time of his demise, I was also indisposed. I did not even bury him. I had serious issues with my health, and I did not attend his burial. But I remember his word that even if you are at your sick bay, never share your personal problems with the public, only share with your confidence. May his soul rest in it.
Thank you, Honorable Mutuzo, then Honorable Adiomus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As we pick memories of the late Jacob Oulanyah, former Speaker of Parliament, I want to acknowledge his support to the Ministry of Gender. There isn't a single function we held and missed him in his bold tie and white shirt. He was intelligent, but he was also a very smart man. In his works, in his ways, he was very smart. But most importantly, he had a soft eye for the vulnerable persons. I one time walked to his office to inform him that in his district, there is the highest prevalence of teenage pregnancy, and immediately requested us to hold a function there, which he would use for advocacy for girl child to return to school. He did not stop at that. He enrolled a number of children, pregnant girls, and those who had just delivered, on his own personal funding, and enrolled them back to school. After his death, some of them even have started dropping out, but they were really a big number. On many occasions, he would call us and say, have you also still faced the cut? Because every time there were financial constraints, every time there are financial constraints, the Ministry of Gender's budget is the one that is cut first. So he would ask whether the knife has caught up with us. And certainly the knife would have caught up with us. So somehow he would make phone calls to other ministries if they can support some of the events and functions in different local governments. And they would, so he made our work much easier. So we really miss him. But we thank you that during your tenure and the speaker, you have done a lot. First of all, to keep him in our minds and also to follow his traits. And one of them is keeping time. And the second one is keeping the ministers informed. If there is an issue, we're alerted and informed in time. And that helps us to prepare. And that's what governance does. I thank you so much for taking it up from him. And may God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Adiomus.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I also add my voice to thank you for organizing this debate and also thank the Prime Minister for the motion, and I stand to support it. Like other people have spoken, those who were in Makerere in the early 90s, Jacob was our deputy, was our speaker, and actually he was my neighbor in Mitchell Hall. In Mitchell Hall, together with the Honorable Mao. And when we participated in that strike, I think what caused him problems was that when the rally was organized, for him being a speaker, he put on the gown, the Makerere gown.
Honorable Segona is saying you look Rumumbist. That is very uncomfortable.
Oh, I am a Mitchell rat. A Mitchell rat. So when we gathered for the student assembly, being a guild speaker, he was putting on those red gowns of students, so he could easily be marked. That's why he had a confrontation with the police and had his pancreas injured. Because Honorable Semuju was asking which organ, so there was the pancreas. But again, I worked with him closely when I was the parliamentary commissioner and he was the deputy speaker. We did many things. And also very closely because by the time he died, he was serving as the vice chair of NRM for Northern Uganda, where I also serve the similar position for Western Uganda. Positions which make us sit on the Central Executive Committee of the NRM. And he always steered the debate in the meetings with a lot of charisma and eloquence, as we all know him. And of course, he was our speaker and a colleague member of parliament. So some of us were very close to him and we could speak about him until when cows come home. But we want to continue conveying our condolences to the family, the people of Moro, the people of Northern Uganda, and indeed Ugandans and humanity, because his influence and impact went beyond this country. The Honorable Semuju raised the issue about cause of death. We explained in fair detail that time, but I just wanted to repeat that by the time he died and we buried him, the cause of death was settled, that he died of cancer. Right, Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit Jacob before he was flown to the US together with the Honorable Chiwanda on behalf of NRM party at his house. And we had a discussion. He had.
Honorable Minister, conclude. Just conclude so that we don't go back. No, I have many MPs, they wanted to contribute. Yeah.
He had undergone an operation, but he had the visible signs of advanced cancer and also features of chemotherapy. I remember telling Honorable Chiwanda that Jacob has cancer because for us, our eyes are medical eyes. We can see what many of you cannot see. So we can see what many of you cannot see.
So what is Segona suffering from? What is Honorable Segona suffering?
We usually don't discuss people's illness in the public, so I will tell him in confidence. I thought I was speaker. So Jacob, like we said, and the Minister of Health explained very eloquently then that he died of cancer, and the reason why he was flown to the US was the benefit from advanced technology, which is available, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, there are many lessons we learn from the late Jacob: punctuality, eloquence, smartness, intellectual strength, being there for others, and many others. And therefore, we greatly miss him, but we continue to pray that he continues to rest in peace. I am sure as a believer, he's up there in heaven, and I'm sure he's happy with the way we have continued the work at the 11th Parliament under your leadership and Madam Speaker. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mawanda, Honorable Nakut Face, Honorable Dr. Bukenya. Then I come. No, don't mind, I'm going to come this side. I'm just waiting for Honorable Amosoko to go back this side, then I come here.
Thank you, Right. the opportunity. I raised support the motion of commemorating the death of the late Honorable Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I knew the late from Makerere University when we met in Lumumba Hall. I was not in Lumumba, but was during the campaigns. The late was supporting Honorable Mao. I was supporting the late Noble Mayombo. You know how we used to behave as students. There was some bit of a scuffle. He was accompanied by then a gentleman, I think from Nkuruma, used to call himself Okwangability. I don't know where he disappeared to. Very, very unfortunate. But why am I saying this? After that scuffle, the next day, the late and that gentleman Okwangability came to my hall in Livingston Hall, and we reconciled. Since then, the late became my friend. They have talked about that he's a person who used to like a middle ground, and by saying that he never wanted any side to say that this side has defeated the other. That is why he came and looked for me in my hall. And this is what we should emulate from people like the late Honorable Oulanyah. Secondly, he believed in education. He said his background was not a good one, but if it had not been for education, he wouldn't have succeeded in.
Honorable Nakut.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also support the motion. When I joined this parliament as an amateur politician, in Jacob Oulanyah, I looked up to him as a mentor. And so when he died, it was a shocker. It was difficult to take. However, Right Honorable Speaker, you and your colleague, the Right Honorable Anita Among, have continued to comfort us. You did not abandon the dreams of the late Jacob Oulanyah. You picked them and walked along with them, and we've seen them unfolding. Allow me enumerate one. He had work in progress on the petition of early childhood care by teachers. And through your leadership, the Committee of Education is processing that petition. And I wish to thank you very much. There are many things you have picked along which we have seen unfolding, and that is comfort to us. The other dream he had, which I wish we pursue until we achieve it someday, is to see that our district local governments at some point receive money enough for their roads. It will grow to 1 billion shillings in his dream. I know we may not achieve it in this year, but we will achieve it sometime in future. His dream was to see every farmer in Uganda having the comfort of transporting his goods to the nearby market with ease. It is my hope that we achieve that dream as long as we are alive. And I know that through your able leadership and the one of the Right Honorable Anita Among, we will achieve all these things. You have already proved it through the.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Nakut has raised a very important point, which the late Jacob talked about, and we carried on as a house. The issue of ensuring that at least each district receives 1 billion for rural roads. Now, Honorable Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is something we should work together, because you see, MPs are suffering. I have my councillors here, my chairman, LC5 is here. Now, roads which are under local government, I'm being accused. I'm the one put on videos. Roads are not done, but they are not under, they are under local government. And even the councillors are now the ones even recording videos to say an MP has not done roads. But the roads are for local government, and I'm not in local government. But it's because we have not given them money. If we got money and we gave to our districts, we would make it easier for ourselves. We wouldn't be making it easier for the district. So I hope starting with this budget, the way we agreed, chairperson budget committee, chairperson physical infrastructure committee, you're looking at that. It's yes, right, Honorable Prime Minister, I want to say something about that.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as we mourn the gallant son of Uganda, looking forward to what we want Uganda to be, the government of Uganda has done something. And I feel that I needed to inform you as we talk now. 75% of the already budgeted money for roads has been sent to the districts. Let me conclude, colleagues. The President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Tebohaburwa, who has just started his first term as Tebohaburwa,
right,
Honorable Speaker, protect me.
Please go on.
Has given a directive, and I wish I would be
Honorable
given,
Prime Minister, please go on.
I wish I would be given chance. He has given a directive that I must fast track that wish, bearing in mind that we have to have money as a country put in the budget, and I know Parliament of Uganda is charged with the responsibility to appropriate. After we get money, it is our wish that we support our district. Even there are those big districts who already are getting 1 billion and above. Say like Wakiso. Wakiso is getting more than 1 billion. Kakumiro is getting 300. Unfortunately, because we are not as big as Wakiso. A district like Kabale, those big districts that you know, those that have a bigger kilometer coverage of roads are getting some good amount of money. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that members of Parliament pick interest in the already available resources so that they are put to good use. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, no clarification is only when a member is on the floor. Now we don't have anyone on the floor. Okay, so let's go back to our issue. We shall have enough time to discuss budget-related issues. I'm still this side, I'm coming this side, don't mind. Yes, so I had picked Dr. Bukenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I joined colleagues in supporting the motion to pay tribute to the late Jacob Oulanyah. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2017, I had problems in my constituency, but they concerned the whole nation. There are problems in the gold mines. And I came to this house. I first went to his office with a petition. Then he sat me down and he asked me what I wanted. After listening, he told me, draft a motion with your colleague, Honorable Nsamba. And when we finished the motion, he invited us to his home. He was a mentor and a teacher. We went to his home in Kansanga and we sat over a cup of tea and we edited the motion, and he gave us a lot of advice, which we still use and practice up to today. The next day, he put the motion on the order paper and he just told me, keep calm and wait. And we debated the motion for 2 hours, which he participated in making anyway, by editing out what would have caused us problems. And in the end, government allowed to license artisanal miners. And so from that time, I learned a lot of things from him and his mentoring. And I've seen the way you have caught, I've caught your eye. You're a good mentee to the late. And I'm sure when I come back with the issues that have come up in the mines, you are going to give me.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce Achan, Honorable Annette Mugisha, Honorable Noah, and Honorable Timugil, as I'm coming here. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my
Now,
colleagues.
colleagues, there is what I've observed. MPs who finish speaking walk out. It's very unfortunate. We have a resolution to pass. So who is going to pass it? Okay, so I'm going to start noting down. I'm going to start marking colleagues. If your role is to just come, catch the attention of the media, and then you go out, please, if you see me not picking you next time, you know, that's the issue. I'm going to be marking you. Honorable Joyce Achan, let her time start counting now because
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise up to pay tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Indeed, he was a true statesman. He was a man who was full of inspiration. He was a man who was willing to nurture some of us who are new MPs. And he was a man who was ready to listen to all of us. He was a man who would crack jokes with most of us. I remember one time, the 5 members of parliament who are representing people with disabilities, we approached him in his office. And when we arrived, we found him at the doorstep when he was walking out. Then he said, "Oh, these beautiful people here, what do you want from?" Right Honorable Speaker, he continued to tell his PA when he was saying, "You see these people who are walking scientifically, these people who are talking scientifically, if I don't meet them, they will cause me problem." We went to his office, he sat us down. We presented to him a number of issues. We told him the issues of accessibility to the conference hall, how we are getting difficulties in accessing the conference hall. We told him the problem of accessing the chamber here. Right Honorable Speaker, we told him that we lack offices up to today. Right Honorable Speaker, he listened to each one of us and he promised to work on the issues that we raise. Right Honorable Speaker, if the Right Honorable Speaker Oulanyah, the former Speaker Oulanyah, was alive, we would not be struggling to access the chamber here. We would not be struggling to access the conference hall. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that you, the current leaders of ours, the current speaker, will find mercy in you to find for us office spaces, to work on the ramp, to access this place, to work on the guide rails, to access the conference hall. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. I think these are very critical issues, which I've not had a meeting with you, honorable colleagues, the ones with disability, but these are very, very valid issues, which we have to look into. They don't need to be even attributed to anyone. They are direct. We are even not complying with the law, you know? So, but you understand we are in old buildings where those standards and we are not made. But I hereby direct the clerk to ensure that we work on a ramp for MPs with disabilities to get access to the chamber. And yeah, even guess, to do whatever is possible. please, I need this to be communicated to the clerk to do whatever is possible. On the issue of your offices, it's an issue we are going to discuss with the whips, because as you know, it's the whips, okay, who should be allocating. Unfortunately, I was a chief whip. I might have not done a good job at that time. Now it's a chance for me to direct the one who went into my place to do a better job than mine. But I'm going to work with him. We are going to work with him to ensure you get your officers. I thought that issue had been resolved because I had directed the sergeant at arms. But thank you for bringing this to the fore. We shall ensure they are resolved. I had picked Honorable Annette Mugisha, and then Honorable Noah Wanzara, Honorable Ricky, and Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the late Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah. I had the pleasure of meeting him one-on-one, and allow me to talk about his humility and empathy with relevant examples. I made an appointment that was granted.
Oh, please, Honorable, people shouldn't disturb you. We are fighting homosexuality. Now you're complaining one-on-one. This is
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
to a colleague. And
I asked for protection, Right Honorable Speaker. I made an appointment which was granted and waited in the room.
You waited in the lobby.
Yes.
But in Parliament, we have lobbies, not rooms.
After 10 minutes, I was called to enter in his office. As soon as I entered in his office, he was already very sick. He left his seat and came to me and apologized for having delayed me. To me, I was immensely humbled. Thereafter, he again left his seat and had to sit with me. I will tell you, colleagues, why he did it. I had a problem. I was already limping. It was a health problem. So he made me sit near him to critically talk to me.
Please, Honorable, you're protected.
For you have really taken my time, Right Honorable Speaker. You'll allow me to complete this because it is a therapy that he left me with.
Honorable, you're protected. Go on, you're protected.
Yes. So, for that matter, let me unveil the problem that I had. I had arthritis, and it was in its days. So he guided me, and he accorded me support. As I talk now, I have no pain. Since that time, he left me with the therapy. For those who are suffering from arthritis, come to me. I'm now a consultant. Thank you so much.
Honorable Wanzara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the House to pay tribute to the late Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah. Right Honorable Speaker, I met Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah in the 10th Parliament. We worked with him here tirelessly to make sure that we have a better country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank God the time he gave to Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah and the time he gave us to stay and work with him. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah was there in time of trouble. When you had problems, when institutions have problems or had problems, Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah was there. I want to cite one example. When the Church of Uganda constructed the church house on Kampala Road, for those who can recall, of course, they had serious problems with the Equity Bank. Equity Bank wanted to take over that structure because they had borrowed money to Church of Uganda. But Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah was seen going to Namirembe with 100 millions and some other colleagues of his to support the Church of Uganda to make sure that they can recover or have their building back. That's Jacob Oulanyah. I want also to mention, Right Honorable Speaker, that Honorable Jacob Oulanyah fought corruption, as Honorable Dur Jonathan stated clearly. But to me, he left unfinished business with this parliament. At the same time, I learned a number of lessons. Right Honorable Speaker, the unfinished business I'm talking about is about our people who do procurement for our country or for projects in this country. You find out that a bridge which would cost or which can cost like 2 billion, it will go to 3 billion.
Honorable Tim Gill.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Isaac Otimgiu, representing the people of Padiere County, Nebi District. I would like to thank this House enormously for honoring the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah's Day, as it was passed as a resolution of Parliament last year. And we do appreciate our Speaker of Parliament, the Office of the Speaker, to make sure that this has happened today. Right Honorable Speaker, I met the late Jacob Oulanyah in his office one time, and that was in Naguru. He called me when I went to his office. That was the time when he was running for speakership. He only told me one thing that made me actually vote for him. He told me, as a new member of parliament, whether you like it or not, you need me to be the chair, to be the speaker in that house, so I can mentor you. And what he said was absolutely right, because of his immense knowledge that he had in the legislation of this house, and the knowledge that he had carried over the years in managing parliament. It was very sad that we never actually shared more time after that. We never managed to get the knowledge that we were inspiring to actually learn from him. The last time we actually spent time together is when actually he recovered from the first phase of illness under his mentorship as the vice chair of NRM of Northern Uganda. We visited West Nile, where he wanted to thank the members of West Nile, the leadership of NRM West Nile, for voting His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Little did we know that that was his goodbye that he was telling the people of West Nile. And today, we feel like we have lost a very important person. And wherever he is, the little...
Honorable Ricky.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity in this important day when we are commemorating the life of the late Jacob. The late Jacob was a peace-loving person. The late Jacob was committed to peace even during his last days. I was privileged to be among the few people he called in his last days. He was committed to peace building. He believed that unity keeps us together and stronger. The late Jacob was an outstanding leader. He was a source of inspiration to many people. The late Jacob, the Right Honorable Speaker, he taught them the fundamentals of life, and he believed in equal opportunity for everyone. The Right Honorable Speaker, as he said in his own words, that in this life, we are running a race, and we give the baton whenever our time comes. He has given that and passed that to us. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I'll be doing another round. So when you see me leaving an area before picking you, please take heart. So Honorable Neteresiri, Honorable Kagwera, and then Honorable Court.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the members in supporting the motion. I served with Honorable Jacob Oulanyah in the 9th Parliament, and I learned two things from him. Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was a man with a lot of humility. And he knew how to apply it when it was necessary. But if you came on the wrong side, he also knew how to respond back. So his two characters would be applied when it is necessary. Right, Honorable Speaker, while he was chairing the House as a Deputy Speaker, I remember he told us when we had just come in, and he said, every time you want to get up on the floor of Parliament to say something, or in any meeting, ask yourself, is what I'm going to say relevant? Will it create an impact? Or I am just getting up to say something? Keeping quiet and not speaking sense will leave people not understanding who you are. Other than you getting up and you speak nonsense, and everyone will go out knowing that is who you are. And therefore, when the speaker was in that house, the late Jacob Oulanyah, and seated in that chair, he also told us every motion, every bill that is brought on the floor of Parliament, they are MPs with authority. They have knowledge about it. If you know you have little knowledge about whatever is being presented on the floor, sit down and learn.
Honorable Kagwera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. About late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, the colleague said I knew him during the Makere times. I'll be very quick about that time, that when members were speaking, I remembered the good campaigns between Mao and Mayombo. That's when I interacted with Oulanyah when we were in Lumumba. They came to campaign and were telling us, if you don't want to support Mao, don't go and listen to him because you'll be converted. If you don't want to support Mao, don't, because they were equally brilliant. Right Honorable Speaker, his work was not in vain, though he was wounded at that time. I remember before midnight that night, the Inspector General of Police was relieved of his duties because of the blood that this man shed. Honorable Speaker, coming to Parliament, we missed him in the 8th Parliament because I was here, but we met him in the 9th Parliament. Many words have been talked about him, and that is true. He's a man who was principled, but not rigid. Actually, today people take being principled synonymous with being rigid. He would change, but change on principle. I implore Parliament that members, when you feel there's something you have learned, don't be rigid that I'll keep the other side because this is my thinking. The other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is about humility. Colleagues, this country, many of us are lacking humility. We've been seeing it even on the front bench, everywhere. When someone reaches a certain level, he or she thinks he has reached the end of the world. I think.
Thank you. Honorable Shisha. Followed by Honorable Sanen Wire, and then Dr. Nsaba Buturu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I also add my voice to support this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I request for protection from my Right Honorable Prime Minister.
And she's the one supposed to give you protection. So please go on.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak as a senior orphan. Yes, I'm a senior orphan and I want to speak the top management of this Parliament for providing the shoulder for my fellow orphans to lean on. As an orphan, I know what it means when you are crying for something maybe your parent may provide, and you know that there is somewhere you can run to. I want to thank you so much for that. And to my colleagues, I attended one of the vigil in Muyenga. I saw the orphans crying. The orphans, our late Right Honorable Jacob was looking after. And it is not by surprise that the orphans he left are being looked after. So we should prepare our exit by doing what is right, so that when we are long gone, we are also being helped. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a student who believes in the prophecy that the dead are not dead. You may find that he's watching even now, and he's even happy that the son, our colleague Andrew, is trying his best to look after the constituency and represent him. He's also happy that Right Honorable Speaker and your team is doing what he expected you to do. But I have an appeal to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the team that there is a gap that is still missing. He may not be happy that he's not yet repressed as a member of SEC for Northern Uganda. So I request that those who are in the position should at least try and make sure that the people of Northern Uganda are also represented in SEC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Sandon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, the late Right Honorable Speaker, was my friend. I came to know him last term, even before I came to Parliament, because I was on the executive of the Local Government Association of all the district speakers, and he was our patron. And Right Honorable, during that time, he used to give us a full day to come and lecture to us, to mentor us, and inform us on the legislative agenda and system of this country. When I came to Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, I was at the front, I was placed at the front to look for his vote from Busoga. And Right Honorable, after elections, I spent like a week without calling him. So he called me in his office. I asked him, what is it, sir, you want me again to do? I'm ready for another assignment. He told me, now you take back, go and hide all the weapons, place them in a very good place, because we should now preach reconciliation and peace at Parliament. Then he told me that the coming week, I want you to come to my office. I introduce you to a very important person. So I was hopeful. Who is this person? Is it the president? Or? But I knew the president could not come to his office. When he introduced me to the champion of this house.
But now, Honorable, we are paying tribute to the Right Honorable Oulanyah, who believed in rules. You've gone on with the microphone without my permission.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that you allow me finish this small sentence.
Conclude.
Right Honorable Speaker, from that time, I really want to thank you and the Speaker of Parliament for remembering this day, because we resolved here, but it could be forgotten. I want to thank you for that. Two, I want to thank the people of Omoro for electing my brother Andrew to extend the legacy of the late. You people of Omoro, I salute you. This man may not fit well in his late daddy's feet. Be patient with him. I'm very much sure by the third term he will be already there to fulfill all the desires of the late. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Sandon, I also hereby direct you, you bring the weapons to Parliament, because you hid the weapons. I don't know wherever they are. they might be used against someone. Honorable Dr. Buturo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing this moment. I have served this nation, Mr. Speaker, for quite some time. And I'm confident to say, absolutely sure, as a matter of fact, that the late Right Honorable Brother Jacob Oulanyah was one of the finest public officers this country has had. And so it is right that we remember him. He was a personal friend. He was a man whose distinct qualities stood him way, way above many of the public officers this country has had. It was a big loss. I do remember one time he visited my constituency to help me raise funds, and he did. And he had promised to come again, but when that time came, he was no more. Mr. Speaker, one day he called me to his office and wanted me to move a motion concerning the Uganda we want to see. He invited me. He uniquely was concerned about the quality that this nation should have. He was upset on many occasions when he would recall the conduct of some of our colleagues in this house. For instance, Mr. Speaker, he was disturbed by a practice we continue to see, where a member of parliament holding the floor.
Honorable, switch on and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Where a member who's holding the floor should ordinarily address the speaker. But you see, and this is in conformity with the Commonwealth practices. The member holding the floor should address the speaker, not the speaker and honorable members. That is not accepted practice, and he was disturbed by it. He had promised to talk to members about it, Mr. Speaker. I suggest finally that in honor of this man who was distinctly in his own class, as far as this country is concerned, we should go back and remind ourselves about standard practices when it comes to our general conduct in this house. Mr. Speaker.
Now, what Honorable Dr. Buturo raises, I mean, these are the issues you're praising the Right Honorable for. But when we try to apply them on you, the corridors become hot. Members run out. But I think slowly by slowly, because there are some members, for example, I've attached to senior colleagues for mentorship after observing your weaknesses. But they go there once, they disappear because I follow up. Then I have colleagues. You come to my office, you have issues. I say, no, Honorable, I can call a minister. We resolve this issue. Member says, no, but my constituency won't see me. Okay, but this is not what the Right Honorable Oulanyah was talking about. When you stand up, speak, and I say under which rule, you call me a dictator. Okay, and yet that's what, when you stand up on point of procedure, you should mention the rule, not me telling you the rule, because for any reason, it must be anchored on the rule. So, honorable colleagues, as a way of paying tribute, the best way, is for us to reflect on how we conduct ourselves. Even us as presiding officers, we are making mistakes. And we are going back and reflecting on how we conduct ourselves. We consult very senior colleagues. Some of you are not in this position, but you might be even better in terms of knowing these things than me who is here. You might have not gotten an opportunity. Okay? So all of us, the moment you know that you are not complete as an individual in terms of development, that's the beginning of developing and becoming a better legislator. And the moment you know me, I'm at the apex, You know, I can stand up when I cause commotion twice the speaker because of wanting peace. He will give me a chance. There are some of you I give a chance for the sake of peace. Yes, I want to admit, not for the sake of you being the best registrators. Okay, but I know the best way I can have peace. Okay, it happens. And it's a tactic. I say, no, I better give him peace, and he speaks and we have peace, and then we continue. Otherwise, I would adjourn the house or suspend the house to go back. And so let's reflect. Let's reflect. Let's try to be better registrators. Whenever you're presenting on the floor, colleagues, ask yourself, if my son in the future is reading this Hansard, what will he talk? Do you read your Hansards, by the way? You need to go back and you read what you presented on a topic. Sometimes you look at it and you say, can I have a chance of going back to the floor and correcting? Okay, this is what the rate wanted us to be focusing on. So thank you, Dr. Buturo, bringing out this issue. Honorable Amos Okot, and then I'll pick Kanungu. I'll pick Kanungu, okay? I'll pick Kanungu, and then I pick Honorable Mbwa. Oh, and Honorable Amos here, okay? For the sake of peace, I will pick Mwijuchi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Okot John Amos. Currently, I'm the Secretary General of Acholi Parliamentary Group. And I'm going to speak the good advices the late Jacob told us. The late Jacob, the Right Honorable, was our patron. And each moment we would be having any meeting, would call for him. The late Jacob told us one thing, that you are now the people representative. You must have to exercise tolerance in whatever things that you are going to do. Jacob advised us to be consistent, that if there are issues, which that issues are not being attended to, do not waver or drop them. Be consistent and remain on that ground. The Right Honorable Jacob, who has already left us, he advised us to stand by one another, to support each other, but he not to be spies in whatever thing that we shall be doing. He told us, you are here as NRM, you are here as other people from another party, but do not allow yourself to work as a spy against each other. He rebuked us not to be rumor mongers and all those wise wisdom. Until today, we are trying to carry them forward. The late Jacob told us that there are very many pledges which is in this country, and some of these pledges may not be fulfilled. Do not kill yourself because you are representing people about this matter.
Conclude, Honorable.
Thank you so much. But again, he emphasized on that point two areas which was a key problems into the land of Acholi. One of them was the conflict which is in Apa. And then another one, the warriors that come from our neighbors through Karamoja sub-region, the Karamojong, the J, who until today, even they are still stealing our properties, they are still killing our people. He told us, if issues of this nature comes, some of these things started before you were born, and now you're a leader. Stand firm and represent your people. We have missed him. We want to thank the people of Uganda who have been with us throughout all this time. We want to thank Parliament. We want to thank the team of speakership who are leading this house, the August House, and even the people of Acholi who have been standing strong to be together and to begin honoring Jacob as our hero in the leadership context. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this time. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
that I stand with the Parliament to commemorate our late Right Honourable Speaker Jacob Oulanyah. Some of us, we got to meet him briefly, but his legacy will live with us for the rest of our lives. When I got elected, before we went to Chankwanzi, he called me and asked if I can support him, but I never got a chance to meet him. I got to meet Honorable Jacob when I was already in Chankwanzi. But after listening to different members, I chose to support him. And I got an opportunity to become a Secretary General in his campaigns. I worked so hard, tirelessly, to make sure that he was elected. In the Western Uganda, so many blows and stones were thrown at me, but I didn't care. I supported him until his last minute. And I'm so proud that I supported Honorable Jacob Oulanyah up to his death. Before he went back for the last time we saw him, me and Honorable Nakut and Honorable Enos, we went to his office. And we asked him if we can take him for lunch because we saw that he was getting weak and weak each day. He told us, my friends, I cannot swallow and I cannot eat. We said, no, we will take you to a good hotel. You will have some soup. He said, no, you people, you cannot eat. We said, okay, give us some money and we go and eat. We wanted to pay for you. He looked at us and said, you people, I don't have money. We said, but there's some money in some offices. He said, really? He gave us some money to go and eat. I was with Honorable Nakut and Honorable Enos. After that, he called me and said, Patience, I want you to...
No, Honorable, let's conclude.
Okay.
And,
He
and,
told...
and I hope you know, under the declaration to the IGG, all sources of income have to be captured.
You're right, Honorable Speaker. The money he gave us was just a little food, just a plate of food. Nothing much than 50,000. So you're right, Honorable Speaker. After that day, he called me and asked me to bring him a man called Martin. I brought him the next day to his office and we prayed with him. And he said, I don't know if I will be here for a long time. But I want to say I'm proud that we have supported him and he became a speaker before he died. And I want to say, may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion. And I want to say a few things about the late Right Honorable Speaker, with whom I had opportunity to study and also get to know him well during the days when we were at school. I want to thank this Parliament for giving me opportunity to look after him, and in a special way, thank the family and the people of Omoro who gave me the opportunity to look after him. And Right Honorable Speaker, to also thank you for the opportunity to visit him during his last days and just to hold his hands and pray with him before he breathed his last. The Right Honorable Oulanyah was a good friend. He called me Acheng. He never called me honorable. He never called me minister. For us, back home, when somebody calls you with your surname, it means they deeply love you and care for you. So that was the relationship I had with him. He called me Acheng. The Right Honorable Oulanyah supported the health sector in so many ways. Many a times, because as the health people, we have a weakness. We don't know how to explain things in a language that people can understand. So many times when I would be going out, I would call him and say, but Right Honorable, why don't you come with me and you explain to the people? He took off time to explain issues of family planning, issues of women health, issues of malaria to people. And at the end of every, the Right Honorable would ask.
Honorable Minister, you need my permission to continue with the microphone, please.
I ask for your permission.
Conclude.
Thank you.
he would ask me that, did I do well? Did I do what you wanted me to do? And I would say yes. I will miss him, but I want to just give small information to the people of Omoro. I know they are here. There are many projects that he had started. There are many projects that I went with him to Omoro and he talked about. And I know the Honorable Andrew Oulanyah here has the responsibility to see that they come to an end. We shall work on it together when this parliament gives me money. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mbwa. No. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, but you need to protect me from Honorable Suman. Okay, yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate the late Jacob Oulanyah, I will remember him as a man who was very remorseful. Unlike our ministers who are not, you remember recently, the one who refused even to say that I'm sorry, but for him, he was very apologetic. There was a scenario when I had invited him for a fundraising function and he had accepted to attend, only he let me down at last minute when even protocol had reached. So when I came back, of course, that function, I was very much embarrassed. When I came back, he called me in his office and he told me that, Honorable Mbwa, I'm sorry. I did not intend to embarrass you, but I was misled that I received information that you had invited rebels to attend the function. I said, the Right Honorable, I didn't know that in this parliament you're even leading rebels. And the people he was referring to, they were the likes of Honorable Samba, Nambeshet, Nkasimire. So they said that he should not come because NRM never wanted him to be with us. But he said, I'm sorry. And he pulled up his pledge of 5 million, gave it to me. I took it to the church. So I will live to remember him as a very good man who could accept maybe his mistake somewhere, somehow. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I will remember Jacob that in the 10th Parliament, it was me. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to be strict. We do 2 minutes so that we give others a chance, okay? Honorable, I know for the sake of peace. Honorable, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the sake of peace. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I will always remember him as a bow tie man, because when I came to 10th Parliament, it was him, I, and Honorable Tusime who used to put on a bow tie. But with him, I can see almost now we have people who try to emulate him. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The situation has improved. Yes. Honorable Inos, Honorable Nyamutoro, Aja Tuetongara, Honorable Chon. As I continue, is Honorable Kakembo, Honorable Cyrus.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Yes.
Speaker. Honorable,
Now,
the Right Honorable.
Excuse me, Honorable colleagues. Some of you are insisting, me first, me first. Where are you going? It means you want to speak and go out. So if I see you trying to rob me to pick you first, you will be rust.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Jacob loved the vulnerable community, and that is why by the time of his passing, he had very many children in school. And I'm glad that Parliament, through members of Parliament, we contributed 1 million each towards his foundation to ensure that the children that he was supporting continue with their education. Right Honorable Speaker, last year we passed a resolution that each annually will be commemorating our late speaker through public memorial lecture. I don't know how far we've gone with that, but I implore you to come up with that program so that we also celebrate his life with the general public in order for the public also to appreciate his good deed. Finally, I would like to thank the people of Bukedia and the people of Mitoma for sending you to Parliament, the two of you, because you have ably filled the void, and we are not missing anything. You're guiding us well, especially new members like us, and we are really proud of the people who sent you. Thank you. God bless. Thanks.
I think for the sake of peace, I'm going to pick Vasari. Anyway, honorable colleague, for clarification purposes, we passed a resolution that we commemorate. This is part of the commemoration. You never know, next year it might be in another way. So what is important is commemoration on his birthday.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. There are 1,001 things that I would say about the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. As colleagues have rightly stated, mentorship was his game. As a youth member of parliament and my colleagues, the regional youth members of parliament, we always looked forward to having interactions with him. And he called on us. He called on us just to interact with young minds and debate. And we were always thrilled to sip from his cup of wisdom. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was a man like no other. I must thank him today as a young member of parliament for instilling hope in us for leadership. With his calm demeanor and smirky smile that you could tell was from his heart, it was very easy to distinct a leader who was no populist, but cared about the demands and the well-being of Ugandans in this country. He charged us with the responsibility of instilling hope in the young generation. And I don't think that that is something that we can ever overlook for the young population. Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was a very, very humble man, as many colleagues have stated, but also with a very high sense of fashion. He would always tell us whenever we would go to meet him that whenever you're stepping out as a leader, look presidential, if not exquisite, an assignment that the 11th Parliament has understood very well. Right Honorable Speaker, to the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, as I conclude, he simply understood leadership as servantship. And what a man, I must say. We still continue to admire him even in death. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to conclude.
Conclude.
We still continue to admire him even in death. And as the 11th Parliament, the best way we can pay tribute to him is by taking our leadership roles more seriously. I thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's do 2 minutes each, strictly. Okay, Hajat Watongora.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. The two things, one, to remember about Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. The first time he called me, he told the PA to call me. So I came to Nagulu, to his offices, and I saw him. He told me, give me your number. I told him, Right Honorable, you called me. He said, no, it's my PA. Now he was like, okay, let me have your number. When I gave him my number, he said, you are using the late mother's number, your late mother's number. I said, yes. And he was like, I wish when I leave this earth, my son or my daughter use my number. Really, that thing always, I feel so hurt that whenever I call on that number, it's off. And another thing, the last time I saw him, he came to my function. Actually, it wasn't a function, it was a dua for my late mother. And he was like, right now I'm in Kamuli. I've come with a new door of peace. I really miss Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. And I thought I would not be able to talk about him, but I thank God that I was able. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable, we continue to thank God for his life, but also for the life of your mother, who was our colleague here in the 11th Parliament. And she was a darling to many of us. like in the 10th parliament, like how you are adhering to most of the colleagues here. Honorable Chon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I remember first day when
Switch on.
I remember when this body was laying here, I stood almost several hours and I pulled the muscles. I couldn't, your eyes didn't catch me, so I want to thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, what I want to tell you, and I remember very well about the late, the two months before he really got sick, he went to northern Uganda, he went to West Nile, he went to Chole and Lango to put everybody together, to reconcile. Everybody said he wanted forgiveness. Everybody should work together. That's one thing when I remember. And then what I do remember also, when he speak these two languages, they are very staunch. The parables, when he speak, you as a language, you would need somebody else to translate. He really speaks so well. And what I would appeal to the government, Honorable Speaker, when a resolution is passed in this house, in Parliament, let it be fulfilled. Let the government continue with the project which he began. Let the government really have him be remembered in whatever the building, not only the day that we are commemorating today or celebrating. Me, when I was inducted into World Olympian for Life in 2021, this same Parliament passed a resolution that they would build a theater in my health center. Up to now, I think they're waiting until I die, then they would praise me. Honorable Speaker, let the thing put right. If somebody pass on a thing, let the person be praised forever and should be remembered for what person has done. This is what I would appeal to you, colleagues, Member of Parliament. I want to thank you for that, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kakembo, then Honorable Cyrus. Chief Whip, I hope you've taken note.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to join colleagues in supporting this motion as we commemorate the life of the late Jacob Oulanyah, a very great man of this country. He was such a great man who held no grudge of any person, no matter the intent of the damage of his person. He would let bygones be bygones. I remember him when he stood for speakership, and he called me. He wanted my support. Stubbornly, I told him in the face that I'm not going to support you because I knew he would not win. But when he defeated me, I got scared of him. But when I went to his office, he reminded me and he assured me that, Michael, let bygone be bygones. We are here for a mission beyond our political parties, but a mission for Uganda. Let us go and fight to make Uganda a better country. Forget your political party. In the Parliament, we are discussing Uganda first. I was so surprised that he could say that to me. He was a man who would want to see you succeed in your goal. And you go to his office, he will labor to teach you. You go with a question that is not.
No, we agreed 2 minutes, colleagues. Let's conclude. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Cyrus, how gone? You know, I use Honorable Kakembo, it's a good example because he's a gentleman. I know no quarreling. So let's learn from Honorable Kakembo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also promise to be a gentleman. Right Honorable Speaker, 3 issues. Number 1, the late Oulanyah so much had passion for legal aid. The bill for which I've been moving and the Committee on Legal has already prepared the report. I want to ask of you through your chair that this bill is passed into law in his honor. He loved it so much. Legal aid, supporting the indigent persons. Number two, the last matter that he decided on this seat, and very importantly, was the issue of processing bills at the end of the term of Parliament. I remember the last word that I had with him was on how we save the work which was about to collapse because the term of office had collapsed, and he gave a ruling. I want to urge you, Right Honorable, to help us quicken all the bills which are in the pipeline so that by the time we close, no bill should be caught up. Another one was the issue of NUSAF 4. He was passionate about it. An affirmative action for Greater North, because the people of the Greater North are really yearning for that equality. We are doing it badly. NUSAF 4, the silence of government has become so eloquent about this, and government needs to speak up on NUSAF 4. Right Honorable, finally, he was a man of fun. When he loved to have fun, for instance, when we celebrated Christmas days, he loved Lingala. I loved it when he had the Honorable MP was in Igulu, Honorable Leandro Komakech, and Honorable Okupa, myself, and we would take on the floor to dance, and he had that kind of cape, I don't know how they call it. That one. Yes. That one. He was the best. He was the best. He was the best. Yes. So colleagues, take time to listen to this, because all the presentations you have been making were issues which were for formal work, but I'm talking about his other life. Whenever we pass the budget and we go to the gardens to have fun, that is when you see the real Jacob, the man from Omoro, the man of sense, the man of peace at the same time. He would express himself through his face, but not uttering words on the microphone when he's on the seat. I saw he did one thing. He came to the seat when we were at the tent because he was demanding for something to be expunged from the record of Parliament. So I got to realize that records that go to the answered are very important. He was keen. He came, sat out until the speaker said, we're going to expunge what you want to be expunged from this. So whatever goes to records is very important. And I request through you, our speaker, that sometimes we make mistakes. We beg that you be merciful to us, not to utter words that go to the answered and hurt us later. Thank you.
Okay.
May his soul rest in peace.
Cracker, was that 2 minutes?
I think so.
Thank you. Now, yes. Just colleagues, on that point, which Honorable say, he has made 2 points, 2 critical points, which come back to us as the leadership of the House. One was on the legal aid bill. If the report is ready, we are going to give it space. We want all these bills cleared. Then on the issue of business, which lapses, you remember the ruling he made was because of the period, because Rule 235, and I think now we sorted it under Rule 235, sub Rule 4. Okay, the whole of Rule 235 talks about that, but sub Rule 4 says that business has to be reinstated within the first 14 sittings of the first session. Now, that means if you are a mover of the bill and you're still interested in the bill, come and move a motion on the floor, reinstating the bill, and that bill shall be a fresh reference to the committee. Because the committee which was handling it that time, that left it maybe in the middle, is the committee which is maybe newly constituted with new members. Okay? So we have that chewed. It's a matter of if you are moving a bill, whether private members bill, whether government bill, if you're still interested at the lapse of Parliament, ensure within the first 14 sittings, you be on the door of the speaker to be allowed to move a motion to reinstate the bill. So it's catered for properly. So now, honorable colleagues, yes, I had picked which, but when we were starting, one of the first MPs who was in was Jonam. You know, Honorable Emmanuel's name. The second name is like a botanical name. Please, 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 please. I picked this side, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm coming back this side. Okay, but this side, one of the first people was Ongerito Emmanuel, MP Jonam. Please, Honorable Jonam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Even Aaron Mayanja was in very early. Yeah, and
Mr.
our
Speaker,
DP whip.
Mr.
Okero-
Speaker,
Okero, yes.
you will remember on the burial day, the retired Archbishop Luke Orombi mentioned that Right Honorable the late Jacob Oulanyah was a universal person. And he mentioned that there was one MP from the opposition upon announcement of his death cried, and it was me. And I cried for two reasons. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, as John and people, we have been struggling about our land in Oulanyah district. And as we speak now, unfortunately, the Jonan people have been chased away and they are struggling. I cried because at one point, the late Right Honorable Jacob helped us to get in contact with one of the persons who was owning large chunks of land. And we had a discussion in his office. And we thought that would be hope for us to follow up, and eventually the Jonan people would go back on their land. That was one reason why I cried. The second reason, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Silas mentioned something about it, NUSAF 4. He told us when we went as executive members of the Greater North Parliamentary Forum, and he told us that he had to meet with the president 3 times because the government's orientation was now.
So, Honorable, okay, conclude.
The government was looking more at TDM and wanted to put NUSAF aside. So he had to meet with the president 4 times so that the president would allow NUSAF 4 to go alongside parish development model. And now my request is let the government honor what the president had agreed with the late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah so that NUSAF 4 comes back. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, by the time I left the office of Chief Whip, we had already more or less concluded NUSAF, you know, at cabinet level. So on Tuesday, Chief Whip, on Tuesday, we need the Minister for Northern Uganda to bring an update statement on NUSAF 4, where we've reached. Because, I mean, this is a project where people's representatives are being put on pressure. And yet I know government has already done a big job around it. So let's update the MPs and we know when we are rolling it out. Okay? Yeah. So, no, I will. Oh, Father, you're here. Yes, Father used to pray. So Father Charleston, then, and then I'll get my 2 ladies, my 2 honorable colleagues. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the motion and to pay tribute to the fallen speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the inside of today is the outside of tomorrow. What this parliament is doing today and what you, the presiding officer, is doing today is what shall be done tomorrow. Because we need to remember and to appreciate the good things and the achievements of one another. This is an act of love which Parliament is giving to the late right Jacob Oulanyah. Jacob Oulanyah one time invited me to his residence, and he told me, Father, you have been in the church and you need some special induction so that you begin now, you change the language of the church and you begin speaking like a politician. I recall he gave me something in a glass. And that thing altered my mood. And I don't remember how I left his residence. And up to this point, I don't know the name of that substance in the glass. He was a humorous person and a generous man. I still recall and I believe that Jacob Oulanyah, he was one of the best English speakers among the legislators that came from northern Uganda. He was an English teacher and he was always emphasizing on quality of debate. We pray for a peaceful repose of his soul, and we pray for one another that we keep remembering each other, and we pray for the best. Thank you.
Now, Honorable, your confession is on the floor. Soroti City.
Thank you, sir. Chomjo Wanalobo, Soroti City. I want to join the rest of the colleagues to pay tribute to our late speaker, and I would describe him as an environmentalist. His love for nature and environment was really so high in that he went to Kasese after the floods and emphasized mainly on tree planting and protection of environment. He was also an inspiration to the young people and the legislators in this house, in that he would give everyone an opportunity to speak, even if you've not gone to his office to request. Just like you've given me today. And he would make sure that even when you make a mistake, he would keep encouraging you and give you the time to express yourself. I learned a lot of things, especially when it comes to environment, when I got in contact with him about the famine in Teso. And he asked me one thing: why don't you capitalize on encouraging people on planting more of the trees than plowing them off or cutting them down? And it gave me an opportunity to go back to the constituency and encourage our people that if you're getting married, ensure that you plant 10 trees on the day you're getting married. If you give birth, ensure that you plant a tree to remember your child with. And I would love to thank him for that. One of the last words he always talked about, and the last time I spoke to him, he told me 3 things. Honorable Alobo.
Thank you. No, I had allowed your neighbor to.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And by the way, to meet Sigrid, simply because when we joined Parliament, as a woman in my early 40s, he's a man I admired. It was unfortunate that he passed on when his eye had not catched me. So, as we commemorate him, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate him, Honorable Bariomusi has made us remember the cause of his death. Right Honorable Speaker, if you happen to visit the Cancer Institute, Ugandans are suffering. Much as the rate person, everybody can admit that he received the desired medication, which is not a chance to each and every Ugandan. If you happen to visit the Cancer Institute, Ugandans are suffering to the extent that they sleep outside, they miss their doses, yet they do not possess the chance of being catered for by institutions as the late Oulanyah. Right Honorable Speaker, up to now, Ugandans are not informed about the major causes of cancer, yet we would have been praying the preventive measures such that the lives of the people can be saved. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is time when we should fulfill what we signed in the Abuja Declaration, such that 15% of our budget is allocated to the health sector. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kakande, don't lose hope, you will catch my eye. Okay, Dr. Hildaman Hirare Chiaga. Honorable Hirare Chiaga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Permit me to speak about the late in the artistic way. The late Jacob Oulanyah loved the art and creative industry. In that regard, the vulnerable sector was catered for by the late when he came up with the 2006 Copyright Law and Neighboring Rights Act. I had a chance to visit his office on how we can rectify and have this law amended such that it fits the modern times. He gave me a go-ahead, Right Honorable Speaker. It is a pity that when I was granted leave to work on the private members' amendment, the government got appetite, grabbed the bill, and up to now, they haven't presented anything in that regard. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk about Jacob Oulanyah, and as the Minister for Arts and Culture, I want to thank
Shadow Minister.
Because we don't have the Arts Minister that side.
No, Shadow Minister. That's the record. You see, this is for the answer, Honorable.
Okay, as the Shadow Minister for Arts and Culture, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the late for spearheading the Copyright Law 2006, and I appeal to the government to hurriedly work on the amendment such that artists and creative industry is boosted and artists are protected and earn from their respective.
Thank you, Honorable Kero. Colleagues, please, you will allow me. You see, when you're managing this house, very many factors come into play. Okay, please. The colleagues from Acholi sub-region, I don't know if I first give them a chance. Just a quick one. You know, the colleagues from Acholi sub-region. Because I know back home, you know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then I will open up again. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, when on Monday this week, I heard the brother of Jacob speak, I heard his son speak, I heard his daughter speak, I thought, as our tradition says, he is survived. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a great day. And the house looks composed better than any other day, including the gallery. This is important to this nation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jacob was actually a solid man. He was so solid, and he appreciated diversity, and he appreciated our culture. When it was time to dance, he danced. When it was time to joke, he joked. But when it was time to work, he really worked. Honorable Speaker, his demise, I have learned from my colleagues here, that was not only personal loss to me, but his demise was personal loss to so many people, including all my colleagues who are seated here. Honorable Speaker, I want us to take his belief into our personal development. His belief that there is always room for improvement. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mapenduzi, then Honorable Gilbert Oulanyah, and then Honorable Ruse Akero.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues in thanking you. But let me very sincerely thank you and the Right Honorable Anita Mong, the Speaker, for providing firm leadership at the time when this parliament had been attacked by darkness as a result of the passing on of our brother. Right Honorable Speaker, you demonstrated
that even when a colleague or someone is dead, the people left behind should provide the support needed to the bereaved family and make sure those who remained feel the comfort, feel the support they need. You did exactly that. Right Honorable Speaker, it would be important for the rest of the people in other institutions, whether ministers, whether in the local government. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been moving around the country. We are always faced with very disturbing cases of people who die in offices, who leave job, but nobody cares. There are cases where widows and orphans struggle for decades trying to chase benefits of their dear ones. I think the example you have demonstrated should be taken, and government needs to take it seriously so that when the people who serve government, person, steps are taken and their families are taken care of. So I want to appreciate you for that. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah invited me to his office. And I said, Honorable Mapenduzi, I have this petition that was given by civil society organization.
Conclude, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And I know your commitment. I want you to study this petition. And if you find it fit, come up with a motion. Indeed, I read, and on the floor of Parliament, I move a motion seeking for a resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear weapon. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, to this day, the Honorable Jacob assigned a committee to do its part and report back to Parliament. I am sure the Honorable Jacob is seated in heaven, looking through the windows and actually wondering why the motion moved by the Honorable Mapenduzi has never been brought back on the floor of Parliament. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it would be prudent to compel this committee to report back to the House so that this matter is concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I remember we handled it in a wide manner. We had very many international treaties which had not been ratified. And we said the Minister for Foreign Affairs should come on the floor and he presents all the international treaties for the bodies we belong to. Because ministers go and even sign, append their signatures, but then they are not brought here for ratification. And yet they have very serious ramifications on our status internationally. We've been in some of these international conferences, and you ask Uganda, your ministers assented here. How come you've not ratified? Yeah, and even issues of subscription. So the Committee on Foreign Affairs, I think it's was it the committee which was assigned? Yes. So the Committee on Foreign Affairs, please, before we go into processing ministerial policy statement, because April and May, we usually focus on the budget. Let us ensure we work on this so that we know our obligations internationally. Oh, Chairperson Nora Bijura is here. Please, Honorable Nora, I'm giving you 2 weeks to bring a report on this issue. Okay? You don't need to respond. Okay? Yes. Honorable Gilbert Oulanyah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate Parliament for according this very important day for the commemoration of our gallant son. Right Honorable Speaker, in Acholi, the name Oulanyah is given to great people, to people who are serious, and is associated to very important people, especially when you are given that name 40 years ago. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, our brother Jacob Oulanyah, it was a uniting factor. I remember when he was voted the Vice Chair NRM, Northern Uganda, the way he mobilized for NRM especially. In my history, NRM had not got the number of votes they got in that election. And they acquired so many members of Parliament in the last election. His mobilization skill was quite serious. And the way he was mobilizing, we were so scared that we are going to be swept.
So his mobilization skill was really quite serious. And I pray the NRA members of parliament to really carry his legacy high. The moment they don't work hard, I think next time we may sweep them off. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I pray that parliament and government should allow the family of the right Jacob Oulanyah to access and meet president when they need to. The case in point, the other time when we were in Gulu Barracks, I witnessed how the father of the right Jacob Oulanyah was struggling to meet the president. Thank you. I witnessed how the father was struggling to meet His Excellency the President from Gulu Barracks. And the way the father was blocked, we were not happy. I pray, Right Honorable Speaker, when the family has something important to discuss with the President, let them be given the opportunity. I remember His Excellency promised that he will be in touch with the family and take care of the family. So let them be given chance and opportunity. We pray his soul to rest in peace. Thank you.
But Honorable Gilbert, you seem to know what is going on in NRA more than even and even State House. No, yes, really, for people who went at church, the family was appreciative of the president and the party. So, but we have Honorable Andrew Jokoranya here. He will explain if the family is having any issues. But issues of appointments with the president are not issues, Honorable, we can resolve here. Can we resolve that the president should always meet Oulanya's family whenever they need to? You can't, okay? What if they don't have any need of meeting him anytime? So, yeah. I had allowed Honorable Mwisha for the sake of peace.
No, it was Lucia
Oh, no, Honorable Lucia Kero first.
Yes.
Then for the sake of peace, Honorable Mwisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I add my voice in thanking my colleagues in remembering our brother, father, and our speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll summarize just in two. And if I remember, two things come to my mind. There is a picture of all the pictures of the late speaker. I loved one and I still love one. There is this particular picture when he's holding the calabash and his neck is bent and his eyes closed. And that speaks for me volumes, how he loved and cherished culture. That picture for me as an Acholi girl makes me proud, whichever. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Oulanyah was he was a man of the people. He stood for the vulnerable people. Somebody said, I think it was Honorable Sarah who said, when it was time for work, you would see the two sides of Oulanyah. That tough Oulanyah, you will see it. I saw it the time of the nodding syndrome, when the children of the north of Acholi were suffering and there was no help. That time I saw how he fought so hard until government came and did something. How I wish this fight continues.
Conclude.
How I wish government comes up and continues with this fight so that we save the lives of many children who are suffering and also help to complete the house. Finally, to my brother, Honorable Andrew, I am super proud of you. You have a very bright future. I remember when you stood here and made your maiden speech, you made me proud. And for me, I have no doubt whatsoever that after 4 terms, you'll be better than the late Honorable Oulanyah.
Thank you.
May God bless you.
Honorable Mwijiche.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for recognizing that I'm very peaceful.
Very peaceful, Honorable.
There are 2 categories of peaceful people the Right Honorable Speaker was referring to. There are those they will pick up, create peace when there's chaos. And I am one of them. But two, I stand to support the motion. And three, to testify, give testimony about the humility and truthfulness of the late Jacob Oulanyah. And finally, on behalf of the people of Buweju, to wish the late that he continues to rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, I remember when we were running around doing everything, Honorable Wokorach did a very good job on the ground. He was one of our main contacts. Honorable Wokorach, Aswa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking you in a more special way, Right, Honorable Speaker. When we had a prayer at All Saints Church in Kampala, you led the team of members of parliament. And you were there speaking on behalf of parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, you said it rightfully. When the board of Jacob Oulanyah was about to go tomorrow, you were the first as our principal to be on ground, to put everything right. And we didn't have the opportunity to say thank you. Today, I want to use this platform to say big thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for first of all, loving the family and taking lead in the preparation during the send-off of the late Jacob Oulanyah. We all appreciate, Right Honorable Speaker. Some of us are here in this parliament because of the good work that Jacob Oulanyah did in our constituency. I am one of them. And many others in the Acholi sub-region. Like my brother Gilbert Oulanyah said, when he became the chair of the Northern region, representing members of parliament at SEC, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah would leave his constituency, live in people's constituency to mobilize for them to make sure that they make it. And I remember he came to his constituency last when it was only 2 days to election. And so I am one of those who has never believed that Jacob Oulanyah is now gone. At times I sit and I think Jacob Oulanyah is doing assignment of the government elsewhere. He will come back one day to sit on that chair. Personally, that's what I feel. But now 1 year down the road, he's no longer now with us. And we pray that the legacy he has left and the mentorship that he did.
Switch on to go on Hansard.
And the mentorship that he did personally. We are so proud of him. I would like to thank in the most sincere way the people of Omoro district and Omoro constituency. Right Honorable, when we were deployed, under instruction to ensure that my brother Honorable Andrew Jock Oulanyah replaced his dad. We went and did the assignment. It was so simple for everybody who was deployed there. The people of Omoro said, if for Jacob Oulanyah, we want to reward him with his son. And I am very proud that the people of Omoro watching us from home and here, listen to us, listen to the cry of parliament. So may God continues to guide the family. May God continues to guide, especially my brother, the young brother here, will stand with him to make sure that he makes his dad proud. We are here as his product. I thank you and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kankunda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to associate myself with the colleagues, the many comments they've made. First of all, when I met for the first time physically, when I met the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, it was the times of campaigns. And I remember he made a comment and said, young man, you've come to the 11th parliament, but I want to say you're smart. And for me, it was a good comment. And he said, I hope you never let me down. And I hope I have not. Right Honorable Speaker, if there is a person, the scripture in 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7, a person here that scripture refers to, I think it should be the late. He fought a good fight. He completed the race and he kept the faith. I remember his meekness that most of us have alluded to. He's a kind of person that you'd want to associate with the saying that that mountain, if that mountain cannot come to us, then let's move to the mountain. He would be able to come down to even the lowest in terms of experience like some of us. I want to say that may I, or may I not, or may I say that among others that I want to talk about him, he taught me these three things. One, that be slow to speaking. Be slow to anger.
Honorable Azatom.
May I conclude?
Azatom.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We are here to pay tribute to Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah posthumously. I do remember one of his acts in Parliament when there was in Parliament and in West Nile, when there was a lot of bickering, quarrels among the NRM fraternity. Members were fighting each other and quarreling and so on. When he came there as the chair for Northern Region, NRM, and as a second member, he was able to reconcile the people of West Nile, and as a result, the president got over 75% of the votes from West Nile. And I want to quote him on that. The NRM, he says, the NRM is a family. We may have disagreements, but those disagreements will not make the party collapse. If we do not act in the interest of the party, we are going to supply the opposition with the many of our seats. And that's the end of the quotes. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, he's a lover of sports, an ardent supporter of sports. And one time he was even a member of the Parliamentary Football Club. He and Honorable Odong Oto were goalkeepers in the 7th and 8th Parliament. And he participated actively. And this is what he had to say also. I won't quote him on that, about sports. The task at hand is talent identification, which will go all the way to grassroots and ensure sports people covered in obscurity are uplifted to the benefit of the country. And that's what he had to say about sports. And he's a Pan-Africanist, he's a patriot, he's a nationalist, and also remember him for moving with the fluid.
Honorable Christina Porot, followed by Honorable Rebiambu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first I want to appreciate the government and the leadership of this parliament and the honorable colleagues for the love that we have exhibited to the family of the late Jacob Oulanyah. The Right Honorable late Jacob Oulanyah was a man of action and friendly to everyone. Mr. Speaker, one time when I was in his office, there were people who never supported him. So they went as a team to apologize. But he got up to say sorry, got up and said, no, don't do that. Politics is a game. Let us remain what? Friends. He was a man of people. And when we were attending the Child's Forum, as Milton said earlier on, he said, honorable members, stop lamenting. Come up with the laws. I don't want to hear people talk about issues that are not happening. We are the ones to make things happen. And finally, because of time, Right Honorable, one time when they were campaigning for sect positions, the late Honorable Oulanyah didn't take things for granted. He made it a point and physically came to Kumi to campaign. And Kumi, Teso entirely massively voted for the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. And what happened that time when I was still the LC5, I told him about one old man, one of the founders of Kumi town, who had passed on. He said, I will spend some few minutes and reach there. Right Honorable. The late surprised everyone in the burial because he physically appeared to share with the mourners. Dear friends, we've lost a friend, but we thank you. You are now the father, and the Right Honorable Speaker is the mother. We are comfortable that we are a family. May his soul rest in peace.
Honorable Rebiambu, Dr. Didi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for according me the opportunity also to say one or two words about the late Jacob Oulanyah. And I want also to say thank you for keeping Oulanyah alive. When I had just come to Parliament, new as I was, you'd look at this giant, late Jacob Oulanyah, and you're like, will I ever come near him or speak something at the floor of Parliament? But I've shared this with some people that day I looked at Oulanyah and his humility, and I stopped fearing him, is when General Katumba Wamala got issues, were in the tent out there, and he told us that let him go, rush to the hospital and come back and tell us whatever was happening. He came back with all the humility to address us as new as we were. Secondly, about his humility, you would meet him as you're trying to bend to honor him, he's also bending. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Dr. Didi Obongi. And then Honorable Angura Freddy Tororo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I join the rest of my colleagues to celebrate the life of a fallen hero. 15 years ago, I got to know Right Honorable Oulanyah and the family when we worked together with the wife at UNICEF Uganda. The time Oulanyah came to mobilize votes for the NRM in West Nile, I told him I was contesting for the Obongi constituency. And he said, Dr. Boka, I want to meet you. And he gave me 45 minutes. The 45 minutes made me come to Parliament. I remember him for that. Speaker, sir, a year ago when we were paying tribute to our fallen former speaker, we pledged that we would improve advanced cancer diagnostic and treatment services for Ugandans. We would like to find out from the Ministry of Health and the government action taken to progressively realize that. This morning I was at the Cancer Institute and I had an opportunity to interact with the management of Uganda Cancer Institute. We promised to put a center of excellency for cancer treatment in this country. The project has stalled. We promised to buy PET machine, and that was moved by Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. To date, that machine has not been delivered. We do not have reagents, medicines, and staff. As we
Doctor, conclude. Conclude.
As we reflect on the life of the late Jacob Oulanyah, I pray that as the government and the Parliament, and especially at this time when we're processing the budget for 2023-2024, we appropriate resources for the Uganda Cancer Institute. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, there is a statement we're expecting from the Minister for Health. I think it was out of an issue raised by Dr. Tahigwa, Rukunjiri municipality at that time. And they were supposed to give us a statement on the status of Cancer Institute and the cost of treatment there, because someone needed a lot of money, we were told, to be able to be attended to. Please, Chief Whip, follow up on that, and we ensure that we bring that statement. Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. As Chief Whip, I recall the day we lost Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. You stood with the family. You were there doing the mobilization. And I want to thank you for that, but also thank the Right Honorable Speaker for the support that the family received. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Speaker Jacob Oulanyah was someone who asked us to remain consistent. If you had an issue that you wanted to put across, remain consistent on your issue. I recall when our issues of Tororo were highly heated up here in the House. He told me, stand firm. If the boundaries between West Budama and Tororo County are the ones you're talking about, they will remain so. And government offered us an opportunity to travel to the UK, to the Commonwealth archives, to pick the maps. And when we came back, I reported to him, whereas we are waiting for the official statement, the maps that were shown to us in Entebbe are the real maps also in the UK. And he said, I have now told you that be patient. You're going to see that district being divided according to the boundaries that were prescribed then. That is the consistency that we knew the Right Honorable Jacob for. And I want to also request, Right Honorable Speaker, when that opportunity comes, we need to see that come to a close. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob, the Honorable Speaker, loved sports. When we're preparing, I was preparing a team of young talented Ugandans to go for showcase games in Spain as a part of Festival. He supported that team and we traveled to Spain. No wonder after having been flown to the US when he was sick, aware that we had also traveled to Spain, he called and spoke to Honorable Kavanda asking how we're faring. He was sick, but he also wanted to know what was happening to his team that he has supported to travel and represent the country, but also promote talent. I want to stand with the family, stand with the colleagues, and all of you who've spoken many good things about the Right Honorable Speaker. He's watching us now. May I now request the good Lord who is near him there to wish him whatever masses that he needs as he rests in peace.
Thank you. Honorable Ndamira, Honorable Jonathan Ebwaru, Honorable Aran Mayanja.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let's do.
Allow me to thank the Lord that this has happened in front of the voters from Mitoma. They have seen what has happened. They should learn from the people of Omolo. They lost a gallant son and replaced him with Andrew, whom they have hope that they will deliver. And I wish that members from Mitoma should emulate what happened and keep Honorable Tayebwa in Parliament and wait for Rwanda Mayonza also to grow. Right Honorable Speaker, immediately after the 2026 elections, we were taken to Chankwanzi. I had just joined the fraternity of politicians, and among the facilitators, there came a fine man, very smart, and we all looked at him. The ladies were like, wow. And I want to make it clear, Right Honorable Speaker, that Oulanyah in court was a self-contained man. He began as a teacher. He talked of smartness, and we would see him as a smart man. He later went to becoming a lecturer, but surprisingly, he ended as a Right Honorable Speaker. It is since then that I got saved. If you see me working with the Lord, know that I got it from Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sure some of us have survived this political journey because of Jacob Oulanyah. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, no, he has been here. Not that he has just been here. Honorable, your time is already right.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much. The Honorable Oulanyah is dead. But one thing that reminds me about Oulanyah is the high level of calmness and intelligence that you possess. Sometimes it reminds me of Oulanyah. You have disagreed with the people in this house, but calmly and intelligently. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Number two, I want to thank the office of the Speaker and this Parliament. There is no law that will require that we pay tribute to Oulanyah after every 1 year, but you have done this because of the goodness of the Honorable Oulanyah. I want to thank you again. The Honorable Oulanyah loved women very much, very, very much. And one thing that I have done now and I'm doing is say that women are very faithful, very faithful. Once you have women, they are very faithful voters. When they tell you will vote for you, they will vote for you. So I have tried that, Right Honorable Speaker, and it's working. I've galvanized the support of the women, and now it's working in the constituency. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, in whatever we are doing, I want to appeal to government through you, Right Honorable Speaker. When we went to bury the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, a number of pledges were made. Some have been fulfilled, some are yet to. I want to request your office to remind government that we fulfill all the pledges that we made that day. Government, I remember very well, President Museveni came here to mourn the late Papa Cuthbert Obwangor, the former minister in Obote's government. Promised to renovate his house. I want to tell you with a lot of pain, up to now in Katakwi, nothing has been done. But the government promised, through the president himself, came here to mourn the former minister, Cuthbert Obwangor. When my uncle, the late Peter Otai died, government was represented by the Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda. Government made commitments to renovate his house and to ensure that there are people who had entered this land to evict those people. I want to inform Parliament that nothing has been done up to now. Finally, I think it is not a good thing. If we are not able to do something, then we don't make commitments. May the soul of my brother, the late Honorable Oulanyah, rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable, you've told us how the women are faithful to you. You've not told us whether you're faithful to them. Now?
No, for the record of Parliament, I am very faithful to one woman called Josephine Awori, but I love women very much. I thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I stand firmly to support the motion right on the Speaker because the late advocated for human rights and the rule of law worldwide. Right on the Speaker, I joined Committee of Human Rights of Parliament because the late inspired me. Right on the Speaker, unfortunately, the late what advocated for is not what is prevailing in our country. Sincerely speaking, people being abducted in our country, enforced disappearances of Ugandans, specifically in Nakaseke Central. 4 people were abducted during 2 a.m., including my personal driver, and it is coming to 2 months. Those people are nowhere to be seen. We have done everything, we have reported everywhere, but the government has failed to account for these disappearances in our country. And it is very sad, and I'm sure the late is not pleased what is going on in our country, specifically about human rights. Madam Speaker, secondly, it is about Lubowa Hospital. The late wouldn't have died from USA if we had Lubowa Hospital with facilitation.
because the Parliament allocated fund.
Honorable Barimwezo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to appreciate you for setting aside this day to celebrate the life of late Right Honorable Jacob. Right Honorable Jacob was a very honest person, very frank person. Actually, he loved to make sure that we, particularly the new members of parliament, are mentored so that we can have good quality debates in parliament, a work that he had begun effectively. He loved people with disability. How often we miss him. We shall always basically miss that man. But I want to stress the point of making sure that our hospitals are basically given medicine. He died of multiple organ failure. And we have several diseases now, silent killers that are taking our people, including diabetes and others, which are silently killing our people. But we are looking on. How I wish this parliament can come out and effectively support our hospitals, particularly with these silent killers that are killing our people oftentimes. I want to say thank you for according him this day. We always celebrate him because of what he did to Ugandans.
Thank you. Honorable Sagona.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to speak about a friend I knew, but also for Parliament recognizing the contributions of Jacob. I actually find difficulty in referring to him as Right Honorable because of our personal relationship. We fondly referred to him, as you remember here in this house, as OJ. And amongst that team, whenever somebody mentioned the name OJ, we knew him as our team leader. And there is no single time when he missed your call and he never returned it, whether as Deputy Speaker or as Speaker. I first came into contact with OJ when I was a young university student and when he was handling the case of Candida Lahonyi, for those who remember that infamous case, which involved our military mishandling a woman. And I admired him for his brain. When I became a lawyer, we used to meet often when he ran a law firm called Oulanyah, Mao, and Honoria Advocates. He lost his parliamentary seat and was very, very common in courts of law where we interfaced. Sure, by that time, people like the Honorable Asman Vasali who had not started practicing law. They were young. When we came to Parliament, he's my vice chairman. Just a reminder. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Jacob taught us humility. And when we met here, he recognized one thing.
Yeah, conclude.
Whenever you did anything outstanding, he did not only commend you. I remember by that time, Honorable Norbert Mao and I had not fled from DP. He was my president. He would call the Honorable Mao and tell him, you have an outstanding MP. Now that's Jacob. Because of time, let me say one thing. Recently, a friend sent me a WhatsApp caption with a man who went to a cemetery. And he called all the deceased and said, who of you was a member of parliament? And there was none. Who of you was a bus driver? And was none. The conclusion by this seemingly errant or random man was that at the end of the day, the only person that is great
is God. Jacob was a great man, but yet very humble. Let's be humble. Let's be fair to one another. The stories that my brother Alan Mayanja has mentioned should teach us a lesson. Why do all that when at the end of the day, it's all vanity? Jacob, rest in peace. We still love you.
Thank you. Andrew Ojok Oulanyah.
Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, I stand in a privileged position today to speak both as a son and his member of parliament. But I'll try to focus on the bit of being his member of parliament posthumously. It's a big honor and a big challenge. There's a story of a young man, about 9 years old, who dragged or carried his brother for over 10 kilometers. And when he reached a point, they asked him, "Your brother is dead. Isn't he heavy?" He said, "No, he is my brother. He is my brother, he's not heavy." That is the weight of the legacy that he has left behind. Regardless of the journey that we're carrying on this legacy, the legacy will never be heavy. It will never be heavy because it's a job that has to be done. So this legacy is not cast upon the son. It's not cast upon the MP. It's cast upon all the people whose lives he touched. So I believe we all have a duty, a responsibility. The way you've spoken, he has touched your life. He spoke so passionately about Ubuntu. He did not only speak about it, he lived it. That I am because you are. So as leaders, we're challenged to sacrifice, to lead the people by example. That I should not be saying, I should not guide you and then become a thief instead, but I'm guiding you the other way around. So it's important that we live what we preach. He spoke so much about a people-centered parliament. He spoke about restoring public confidence in this institution. But he also spoke so hard and passionate about an authoritative Hansard. And I want to believe and thank the current leadership because they have done their best. We know that this was an act of God. You took up this position at a time when there was a lot of promise. As the Honorable Jonathan mentioned, the Ugandan hope. People had prayed so much, they had so much hope that it would come back alive and steer Parliament in that direction. But I'm happy from our interactions that he had been taking you and Right Honorable Anita Among through the whole process. So there was a seamless transition. And that is our hope, that the transitions that will come in the future will be smooth and bloodless. So we speak to the bit of purposeful living as well. He always emphasized the bit of, he always said that there are only two important days in your life. The day you are born and the day you discover why you are born. So he lived a very purposeful life. That is why, for example, when he would be in hospital, we take care of him, but we still dress up and come and chair Parliament. And none of you knew that he was sick. But we take care of him and we still dress up and come and share the house. He loved this house. He loved you all passionately. And he had a vision that you could all get re-elected. And that could only be through your participation in the house and through those community projects that you're doing. That is why he kept going to all your constituencies. He wanted all of you to get re-elected. And I want to thank you for carrying on that mantle. Because I've seen Right Honorable Anita Among and yourself, Right Honorable Tayewa, every time there's a function, when you're not there, you send a representative. And that is the comradeship that we're talking about, the spirit of Ubuntu. You cannot talk about Ubuntu without talking about family, because family is everything. Whatever we're doing here could be temporary, but you'll still go back to your families. There's a time he called me about 6 p.m. I'd already left home. I had grown at that time. I left home and he asked me, Andrew, why? He asked Andrew, due to parliamentary procedure, I can't say Ole, but he used the Luo language. I said, why don't you call me? I said, I know your schedule. I know when you're in the house. I know when in the constituency. I know wherever you are. So I know when not to call. I said, call. I'll find the missed call. So he loved his family very much. And if they could share the stories, you'd hear from our Aunt Harriet, who is around here in the gallery. She still sheds tears up to now because they were so close. To date, she's still mourning. But we're all mourning as a house. But from today's scripture of Joshua 1:7 and 1:8, we're told to be bold and courageous. And as legislators, there's no higher call than that. Because you are going to step on toes, but you have to be bold and courageous and hold your ground. I want to appreciate the House for the last enactment. That took courage. It took boldness. And I want to applaud the House and the leadership of the House for that. I would not be doing justice if I didn't give thanks for all the support that I've got, for all the support that the family has got, and all the support along the way. So allow me to thank the executive. The executive has been with us from the start. I can't really thank them enough. I want to thank also the parliament, the leadership, and all the members here. When he passed on, you gave us hope. You came to the constituency, you campaigned with us, you rallied support for your comrade's son. And we don't take that for granted. Not just that, you also contributed money for education because he loved education. He believed that through education, we could get somewhere. For the Northern Uganda that has been in war for over 20 years, education is the only key at the moment because the land is there. But how to use it, you need to have a bit of skilling. So that is what he loved education. I want to appreciate you all for that support that you gave. You've given hope to the next generation of leaders. I want to also appreciate the judiciary because the judiciary, through the Chief Justice, has stood with us. This is the current chair of the Education Trust Fund that you all contributed handsomely for. I want to thank you all for that. Omoro district is represented here. I wouldn't do them just not thanking them, but also just voicing a few concerns that could touch to what he stood for. Because he stood for about 5 areas. He stood for education, he stood for economic empowerment, he stood for health, he stood for infrastructure development, and he stood for agriculture. And all those issues are cross-cutting across Uganda. So it's not an issue of just tomorrow, but it's one that I believe, if we address in terms of funding and priority, could bring a meaningful change to the country. I want to thank you all for this moment. We are honored as a family. We are honored as Omoro district, as Omoro County. We are deeply humbled because most times when a person dies, that is the end of the chapter. But you have sacrificed your own legacies to sustain another person's legacy. I want to thank you for that humility. You have shown a tremendous sign of humility. All in all, we have a duty to this country. And we are duty bound to make sure Parliament is people-centered, that Parliament is authoritative, that Parliament has the people as the center, that the mother who is carrying the jerrycan can be catered for in our legislation. I want to thank you for God and my country.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, thank you. There is a person whom I would call a part of the family because we as the leadership at that time, when Jacob fell sick, this is the person who alerted us, who went there. Otherwise, he would have died in the house. The one who alerted us managed to go in and, put everything for us in place. In a special way, I'll just give 2 minutes because he came late. But because of that special relationship, I'll allow Honorable Peter Guang 2 minutes. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, first of all, I'd like to begin by apologizing Parliament for coming late. It's not my norm, but because of the other duties. I want to begin by first of all thanking the leadership of Parliament for honoring the family of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah Lokori. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of Omoro for entrusting my brother Andrew Oulanyah to be the member of parliament who replaced his late dad. I think we need to clap for them. Right Honorable Speaker, if I'm to speak about my personal friend, I might take the whole day because I came to know Oulanyah in the 9th Parliament when we were in a bus heading for the elections in the parliamentary caucus to Entebbe, from here up to Entebbe State House. The Oulanyah who carried his posters reaching Entebbe in the caucus meeting, the Oulanyah who was single-handed with his own posters was distributing. Some of you are here, colleagues. The Oulanyah did one thing for himself, and it's what defines who Oulanyah is. The statements and the oratory speech the late Right Honorable Oulanyah Jacob Lokori gave is what made him the Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament then. What am I trying to say here today? The person we're talking about was God-given, God-chosen, and knew what he wanted at a certain time. Right Honorable Speaker, many people have talked about who Oulanyah is, but for me, I am crying for my friend. I want, on behalf of his friends, to say one thing. Where Oulanyah hurt you, forgive him. I participated, and I wanted to go and answer. At a time we needed to liberate this parliament, I participated to campaign for Oulanyah, and I'm happy, you know it. And I'm proud about it. And I'm happy my friend never let me down. I am happy our friend never let us down. The fundamental question for you and me is, what will it be when you're no more? Oulanyah was corrupt free. That is the speaker we knew. Honorable Mujiche is here. Oulanyah never misused the institution called parliament for either personal gain, because we were in the parliamentary commission. He never. Oulanyah died a poor man, even when he was in a privileged position. Fundamental question for all of us, are we moving? Are we living to this kind of life? Especially during our destroying moments. Right Honorable Speaker, like they've all said, Oulanyah was a God-fearing person. I want to ask us here that whatever we do, we must put God first. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, like you correctly said. My friend called me, I didn't know, he was sick. I went, it was a Friday. He told me, come to my house at 10. Unfortunately, I was late by an hour.
Go on, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, when I entered his bedroom, because every time I had met my friend, it was not in his bedroom. I had met him in his sitting room. When I reached his house, they told me he wants to meet you in his bedroom. I was ushered in, and I want to thank Andrew. He's here. It is Andrew whom I phoned with his dad. Andrew ushered me to the bedroom of his father. I asked my friend, what are you doing here? What hit me most was seeing my friend failing to get out of his bed. I shed tears. Said, what has happened to you? Right Honorable Speaker. Some people had told me not to tell anyone about his sickness. I said, no, I cannot see my friend die in this house and I don't disclose this. I remember I called the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Anita Mo. I said, are you aware Jacob is sick in his own house? She told me, no, come to my home. I drove to Nakasero. I went back with her. It is Right Honorable Anita Mo who called Honorable Norbert Mawande and the principal judge, the Chief Justice. We sat and told Jacob, why are you dying in the house?
Right Honorable Speaker, I can speak and speak. A friend. He know what Oulanyah did to me as a person. Oulanyah supported me. He came to Ngariam, not once, not twice. That was Oulanyah. As long as Oulanyah identified something in you, he would stand with you. Oulanyah was not a friend as a friend. Oulanyah could be a friend when it is in bad times or it is in good times. That was a friend. I don't know who we are today here. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say the following. Number one, I am a member of the executive, and I'm happy I sit in cabinet. For the Hansard, I will request my president help the family of Oulanyah complete the project Oulanyah started in Omoro. Number two is the family. Andrew is here. I know we are good friends when such times. When we are not there, when it's not such times, we are good at these speeches. We are no more. Andrew, I will never let you down. You know it. I was in Omoro. I always ask Andrew, how is a team? How is a team? Do you know the words my friend told me when he was leaving his bedroom? Call a team come. Because he didn't want to leave his room. A team, I don't know where she is. Told a team.
I'm told that team is in the garage. A team, you can stand up. You wave us.
She's there. Tima, how are you?
That's our beautiful and very
I quote the following words. My daughter, I am going to the hospital. If I come back well, God forbid. If I don't come back well, please take care of yourself. Those words, I can't forget them because he spoke when I was walking with him. He's here. So my friends, I once said the following as I wind up, that the late Jacob Oulanyah was a nationalist. And I want to thank Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, with the Right Honorable Anita Among for one thing. We were here in the Parliamentary Commission. I have never seen such leadership which I'm seeing today. And we want to ask you, don't let us down, because I know what Oulanyah went through while here. For those many words, may the soul of my good friend rest in eternal peace. I thank you. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you. Colleagues, all this is even part of the hearing process, isn't it? Yes, and I know he has spoken for many of us, because not everyone was going to get a chance. You see, since 2 p.m., maybe if I was going to say we sleep here. So I'm sorry for colleagues who have not been able to speak, and we shall continue. We shall continue commemorating this day every year. Yes, Rob, Leader of Opposition, you conclude. I'd already given the justification. We give you a concluding remark.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's not very easy to say what when you have somebody like Honorable Peter Gwang having given details of his friend, and we came together in Parliament. And if you look at the mood today, this is the first time I'm seeing the lobby very quiet since we began this house, not like the usual way when members are talking behind and you send the sergeant at arms to come and tell us keep quiet. Even the parking outside, everybody is quiet. This shows that really the late was a friend of everyone. Second, the Honorable Speaker, I remember when we were the chief whip, I used to raise a lot of procedural matters asking the whereabouts of the speaker when he was sick. And our interest by then as a member of parliament, I was interested in two things: knowing where he was so that we could visit him and see him. And indeed, as a member of parliament, we are nurtured by the speaker by then, you remember, right now, speaker, you could see that definitely the new speaker had her own challenges in managing us. But we are saying, where is the speaker of parliament? And indeed, the honorable members, through Mr. Speaker, I remember some of us did not support the speaker because of our unreserved reasons, and he knew them. For me, he called me personally, and we talked. But whatever members have said here is the right thing about the right honorable speaker. I want to say this, honorable speaker. There were two challenges That chair you are seated in is not so easy. You are handling members of parliament from different categories. The opposition, they are teachers, they are lawyers, they are engineers and everybody, but you compress them into that seat. We had a serious issue here on the Poma, where the Right Honorable Speaker, the late, was managing that order management bill, and the Prime Minister was Mama Babazi, Honorable, the government chief who can attest to this. It was not an easy thing. But the Speaker then, Right Honorable Oulanyah, gave us room. There were battles. The leader of opposition going at the back to meet the Prime Minister until we said to this bill very successfully without anybody boxing one another. The second one was when we lost the Honorable Nebanda. That was difficult. I saw the brains of the late Oulanyah. The body, I think the history, that's the first person, member who was brought twice here. They sent him back. Members from all sides were fighting to know the cause of the fellow member. And the speaker was seated there. I saw tempers here. The way the speaker compressed them, it was not easy. All these were big records we saw. And Andrew, you should note this. Your father was a friend of mine. And there's even a slogan in this parliament. Honorable Obwa will tell you, Hamson and Ogwang, there is a slogan, say when we sit down, the speaker is speaking. That was because we used to stand the way you are managing us, both of you are no speaker. Because in this house, it's not easy to manage us. But I remember one thing. He used to see my rosary, and whenever it was flowing out of the country, would bring me a Catholic instrument. And you, son of the late speaker, whenever you go out of this country, all along Christ the King, buy something Catholic for me and bring it. Because that's what your father used to do for me. One time, Mr. Speaker, he brought me a Catholic instrument supposed to be worn by priests. And I still have it. So when I put it on, I had very serious questions from the priest saying, when did you become a priest? That badge is only worn by priests. So I had to go back to the speaker, tell him, Mr. Speaker, this badge you brought me is not mine, it's for only priests, but I will never hand it over to the priest who is supposed to put it on. I will keep it for myself. Honorable members, and I think I will not become one, time has gone out. Let me conclude by this. We want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our Speaker of Parliament. This practice you have brought is very key, because this is the first time we have a Speaker of Parliament dying while he's serving as Speaker. And this commemoration is the key for both of us. And we shall sustain it. We pray that we maintain it. And luckily enough, me, I was happy. I was against him winning that parliamentary seat because we are new. But when they had the live debate on NBS, this younger man, really easy arguments, the way he was handling that debate, I was impressed. That's why sometimes I pray that I will be convincing him slowly until I bring him on this side. Because we all wish ourselves the good things from the speaker, from that side. So right now, Speaker, as I was given this seat for today, I have enjoyed being a leader of opposition for today. And the honorable members, kindly, I beseech you, emulate what the right honorable Speaker was fighting for. Kindly learn Parliament. I know you are new members. Give Parliament time. You see, the Speaker was saying, we began with a big number. Now the numbers have gone on dwindling. But we have to praise those who have kept here. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I still insist, and I will continue asking, this Parliament must be in the know of its legislators and big people. Where is General Moses Ali? I'm going to ask the same question. Because we know General Moses Ali very well. Whenever I was sitting there as a leader of opposition, government chief whip, we could tussle with him, you know that, Mr. Speaker. But he asked, not knowing where such a big person is, and at the end of the day, we learn of his death. I used to ring a gentleman called Honorable Mr. Gashumba Frank. He's a relative, though belonging to your side. But he was giving me updates of the Speaker where he was. We need to be in the know of our friends with no Speaker. And it's in good faith. If General Moses Ali is in Germany, I can drive and visit him. If he's in Kampala, I go to his home. But we are not knowing his whereabouts. Not in the parliament, honorable members, in the parliament.
Honorable, let's conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. May his soul rest in peace till we meet.
Thank you. Honorable Moses Ali is doing very well. I personally spoke to him. And in fact, I read in the papers that they are even planning to get him a new young wife. I was reading in papers somewhere. Some people are saying, yeah, I saw, yes, yes, it was in newspaper. So you can see. so if so I would urge you, colleagues, to always be around. You might catch his eye. Okay, for those who want to their eyes to be, you know. Honorable Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me start with a disclaimer. Because when I left home, I had decided that in today's sitting, I will not speak. But when I reached office, coming to around lunchtime is when I was called that the Right Honorable Prime Minister wouldn't be here. And she had delegated me in writing because I knew what happened to my brother, Honorable Peter Ogwang, could be the same. Those memories will always be there. But sitting and listening to the humble testimonies from the honorable members, I was comforted. And I asked myself in this posthumous motion, the late led the Anglican community in Parliament as the patron. What Bible verse would I dedicate to him, even when he does not live with us? And I found the answer in the book of Psalms, chapter 112, verse 6, where the Bible says, "Surely the righteous will never be shaken. They will be remembered forever." The testimonies, honorable colleagues, that we have made here today on the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, fondly known in Acholi as Oulanyah Lanyuen, is an affirmation of a righteous man. Is an affirmation of a man that we will live to remember forever. I know that in this parliament, one thing that also brought me and him together was the fact that each and every time I stood, he would refer to me as a jury. He never called me Obua or Dennis or Hamson. He would refer to me as jury. What we share in common is that the late comes from a village called Ajuri. And the constituency I represent is Ajuri County. The second thing in common is that the district he represented is called Omoro and the constituency. Now in Ajuri County where I represent, there is a sub-county called Omoro. So these are some of the few things that we shared in common. To the family of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, RIP, his foundation was unity of purpose, and we want to see you united today, tomorrow, and forever. Your dad stood for unity of purpose, and we want you to get united for a particular purpose. Your dad believed in team spirit, for he believes that together everyone achieves more. And my young brother, Honorable Jock, as the heir of the family, you need to ensure that there is team spirit. But I want to thank you that so far, so good. To the people of Omoro who are here represented in the gallery, and those who are watching Parliament, we want to thank you for electing our young brother and the son to the late, the Honorable Andrew Ojok Oulanyah. Our humble appeal to you is Ojok is a young man. In the culture of Acholi, you say Julu, who must be nurtured, or literally meaning nurturing or should be mentored. Please keep Andrew as your member of parliament. This is our humble appeal. Keep Andrew Jock as your member of parliament. If there is something wrong, do not move somewhere and start talking bad about him. Some of us are here to mentor him. The deputy speaker is here to mentor him. The right honorable speaker is here to mentor him. And we are so many here, including the leader of opposition. If you feel in leadership, if you feel that something is wrong, is a young man you can call and advise. This is our humble appeal to you, such that the legacy of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah lives forever. The people of Mitoma were here, they have left. We want to thank you for the gift of Right Honorable Taibwa, who has taken on the mantle. The people of Bukedia, we want to salute them for the gift of Right Honorable Anita Among, who has taken on the mantle. And the people of all constituencies represented in Uganda in this parliament, because this parliament is the summary. We want to thank you for the gift of the people you have given us. Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, we know you are watching us, but we want to pray that you continue resting in perfect peace. May the good Lord bless you and continue to keep your legacy alive as we proceed as people who are still living alive. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much that this is another debate that has united the House, just like the one we had even this week, the one on anti-homosexuality bill. I believe this is the spirit that we must anchor our debate on and continue to move on. Because whether in opposition or in the side of the ruling party, we must know that Uganda, a country where we all belong, is bigger than all of us. Today we are here to render a service. Tomorrow we may not be there. But what will you and me be remembered for? That must be the fundamental question. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for guiding and superintending over the House today. I beg to submit on behalf of government, but also commit that we will remind the necessary offices and officers who made commitments to ensure that the different commitments and pledges made are fulfilled, whether in phases or at once. But something must be done for them to be fulfilled. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Colleagues, I want to thank you for sitting for this long. The tributes, I'm really sorry for those who have not gotten an opportunity. I know what it means. I was a backbencher, so I can't say. And I know maybe one day I can again be a backbencher. It can happen. So, but it's never intention. I remember when I was a backbencher, and whenever you could not be picked, you would move around, saying, you know, whenever he's cheering, he can never pick me. He hates me. Then sometimes you bring issues and all that, but colleagues, it's because of the limitation of time. If I had an opportunity of buying more time somewhere, more sunlight, I would have picked it. Now, advice from the Honorable Oulanyah. From what we've talked, if you want to be a good legislator, you cannot look at legislation as a part-time job. If you know that you have other work you are doing, then at 1:30, you pick the rules of procedure, which you've never opened. You pick your copy of Constitution, you pick your iPad, you come, you enter this house. And you wait for procedure when you don't even know under which rule you're standing. You wait for order. Your role is to scan around who's not properly dressed or seated so that you go on the Hansard to have spoken. Okay? I'm telling you, you are not going to be a good legislator. And I can testify because one time I was looking at legislation as a part-time job. I know many of us who would say, no, I'm just going in my business. You know, there is an MP, a former MP, who was even a senior technical in government. He said there is no better job than parliament. He says you just wake up at home, you sleep, you move around your home. At 1, you got parliament, you eat in the canteen. At 2, you sit. At 4, you go back home and you find salary. Whether you speak or not, you are assured. You can never. He was from Chigezi. You can never be a good legislator. You can never be a Jacob. You can never. So, colleagues, you have to, that's why you are facilitated well. That's why there is even a gym, so that you can even come at 7 and you do exercise from here. You go to a library, you go to committees. You must read. Even me here in this position, I cannot be able to know how to manage you if I don't read, if I don't watch how other speakers are working in other jurisdictions, if I don't go back to correct my mistakes. You've spoken on the floor. Tomorrow, look for that answer online. You see what you spoke. What you speak on the floor. Did it have any bearing? Did it in any way influence the resolution of the House? Or you spoke, you record that you spoke. Yes, like you know how there can be a serious program going on and someone calls to send greetings in the midst of a program. You know, you can be on a very serious program like on radio, and then someone calls in the midst of a program to send greetings. So your submission on the floor, is it to send greetings to your constituents or not? But it's because you have to read. So colleagues, I request you, if we want to be the quality debaters the way Jacob wanted, if we don't want the public to judge us harshly, we have to be disciplined. The other day, I saw a trending picture, and I want to assign the committee on rules to look into this. I saw a trending picture on how our Zoom, you know, our colleagues who were on Zoom looked when we were debating the anti-homosexuality bill. And this was a CNN anchor, you know, somewhere in vest, somewhere in t-shirts, somewhere having their children, you know, and they are attending parliament. Huh? And it was trending. So I want to assign the committee on rules to look if there is any gap. And then we work out with our IT department. Please, and now I give a directive to the IT department. Any member who comes on Zoom putting on a t-shirt, praying with the children, you know, please cut them off. Because the public is watching you. People are taking screenshots of your own Zoom, and it's embarrassing us. So I'm really, I believe each one of us can learn from this experience. There is no bad experience. Any experience, you can turn it into a better opportunity. Let's go. We learn to read. We learn to concentrate. We learn to listen. Because most of you, sometimes someone is speaking, you don't want to listen. So how will you know what he has contributed? And how will you debate if you can't listen? So I want to thank you on that. The family of Jacob, our late Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is still with you. You are forever part of the Parliament family. And colleagues, the foundation is still on. Those who can contribute anything to the foundation, don't think you gave your 1 million and that foundation will live forever. No, if you can, drop something in that foundation. It's in very, very good hands. It's in very, very good hands. The speaker is involved, the chairperson is the Chief Justice, the Honorable Mao, the family, and it's been able to support the children whom Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was supporting. So I want to urge you to continue supporting the family. And on Sunday in Ajuri, tomorrow, we shall be commemorating. Many activities have been going on. On Saturday, there is motocross, and the bikers are riding all the way from Kampala to Omoro, and they are represented by our very own Honorable Jimmy Akena among the riders. And today, the one who was preaching at the service in the morning was our very own Honorable Ganika. We have a multiplicity of talents in this house. Let's put it to display. So it helps us to build unity. The family, we want to keep praying to God to keep watching over you, to keep healing you, and for Jacob's soul to continue resting in eternal peace. Colleagues, and I put the question that a motion for a resolution of Parliament to commemorate the first anniversary of the passing of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, former Speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it unanimously. The ayes have it. Thank you, colleagues, for passing this very important motion. Clerk, extract the resolution and pass it on to the family. And we also have another one in our corridors for remembrance. I adjourn the House to Tuesday at 2 p.m.